It's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Hey y'all, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in pop culture, and hot topics. So there's a show for you. Definitely stick around because we got a lot of tea to spill today, including we got to talk about The Bride bombing at the box office. We also got to talk about this huge drop that Scream 7 had in the second week, which we all kind of knew was going to happen, but I didn't know it was going to be 70%, but we'll get into it. Plus, Arnold Schwarzenegger's opening up about, he damn near got one foot in the grave, talking about he doing the Conan the Barbarian sequel and some other movies that he's thinking about bringing out from the past. So we'll get into that. We got to get into this. Timothée Chalamet or Chalamet. How did Doja Cat say it? We got to get into the celebrities who had the reaction and everything regarding what Timothée Chalamet said about the ballet community, the opera community. There were celebrities who had things to say about it. There were regular people who had things to say about it. I got something to say about it. And it goes a little something like this. You got to wait until we get to that topic for you to hear what I had to say on it. So we got that. Plus, we got to talk about this pow pow situation that happened over at RiRis house in California yesterday, and how the woman is, I think they got her bail set into the millions. I'm like, this lady don't got that money. I think it's $10 million they holding her on, and she's being charged with attempted red rum. So we'll get into that. Plus, I love this story because I can't wait to get to this one. Rosanna Arquette, who was in Pulp Fiction, is speaking out on the fact of how Quentin Tarantino has this past to be using the N word in his movies, which never sat right with me, but she's talking on about it. We got to talk about this Live Nation settlement with the Department of Justice, with this whole antitrust thing is going around because, with tickets and the fact that they be jacking up the prices on the tickets and stuff. So we're going to talk about that. We got to talk about Cardi B addressing Nicki Minaj's sister Ming coming to her concert and saying how she needs guidance. She went over on the Twitter and spoke on it. We got to talk about this interview that Dani Evans had with, I believe, Rolling Stone, where she talked about the aftermath of this documentary on how she felt, well, the docu-series, the America's Next Top Model docu-series and how she felt about it. So we got to talk about that. It looked like Rachel Zoe reignited her feud with her ex-assistant, Brad Goreski, when she went and did an interview and threw shade at her former assistants, and her former assistants clapped back. So we got to talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about this backlash. Speaking of backlash, the Pixar boss. Remember, Elio was supposed to have like a queer storyline in their movie. They had it removed, I guess, for whatever reason, because I guess they didn't want to upset straight people. Well, I'm ready to talk to my kids about gays existing in the world. The kids going to have to find out eventually, but and people are saying like, okay, your excuse was some BS. So we'll get into that story. We got to talk about the rise of anti-LGBTQ plus bullying in high schools due to heated rivalries success because hockey teams or whatever, they're catching a lot of that. And plus, speaking of Scream, we're gonna start off with Scream, we're gonna end with Scream. Apparently, Anna Camp, and I forgot about that, she got a girlfriend. She is speaking out on being bisexual, and so we'll get into that story once we get around to it. But before we get to those topics, if you could please do me, I forgot to tag people in the thing. That's what I'm doing right now as I talk to y'all. But anyway, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. You could also hype up the show, push it, that helps push it out. You could also send super chats if you want to send out super chats. We have memberships and all that good stuff. Look, I am a well-rounded person trying to get this show out there for the world to get their eyes on. So if you definitely want to follow along with those situations, please do. And all that good stuff. All right. Hold on, because I think I'm good for now. Because now I got to fully concentrate on the show as we get into some things. Let's see what people in the comments are saying. Sailor Mermaid says Felice Lunes. Not you trying to get up in here and steal Cleveland Thunder with the Espanol. We got Hola Chris and Company. I just watched the video and technically basically Star Trek is trying to win Gen Z going more super gay anti-geo. Really? Because I feel like with Star Trek, that's under David Ellison and all of them. And well, I guess maybe you're talking about that TV show, which my father did ask me the other day. He was like, "Have you watched the new Star Trek?" I've never really been into Star Trek. Was never my thing. I mean, I watched the movies and all other stuff because that was what I watched growing up. But I was never really big on um Star Trek as a franchise. But I mean, I watch it when I watch it, but that I don't know. The TV series just didn't pull me in. I'll check it out though. Yesterday, I finally got around to finish watching. I've been kept trying to catch up on so many shows. I finally binged the last 6 episodes. Well, like no, it was 4 episodes of Ballard. Such a good show. If y'all have not seen that over on Prime Video with Maggie Q, definitely check that out. That left me on a cliffhanger. I need season 2 ASAP. But they kill Gabriel Solis. Well, that was his name over there on Desperate Housewives, but that's not the name he is on the show. So, and then they set up my girl Maggie Q, and now they accusing her of taking his life when we know it wasn't her. So I need season 2 now, and I had to start catching up on the beauty. That show was so disgusting, but I'm sucked in. And how they had that scene with Ben Platt and how he shed his skin and turned into that fine ass boy with no clothes on. I was like, oh, all I saw was cheeks galore up in there. I checked it and I said, and I posted your GoFundMe situation on my social media. Did you see Hoda and Kathy Lee reunited this one? Oh, I didn't. Because I didn't even know. Honestly, I did not know what was going on. I just been so engulfed in trying to catch up on all this stuff regarding the Rihanna stuff, the Timothée Chalamet stuff. Um, well, I always go into a specific order when it comes into the show. Sorry, but I don't want to do Timothée Chalamet. I mean, I got to do the box office, all that other stuff, and then we'll get around to that. But anyway, it's like what topic number 3 actually. Wait, no, it's like topic number 4. But anyway, so mhm. Yes. You're welcome, Annie. Right, so we hit the banner, and I still love you, and as do I. But it's like, yeah, we'll get around. Trust me, we'll get around to that topic because I gotta get enough people in the room before we get to the hot stuff. So it takes a little minute for people to realize I'm online. But anyway, okay. So without further ado, I'll get to the rest of the comments later on. But let's get right into the show. And let's get to our first topic. So let's talk about the box office this weekend. So I don't know. I wasn't really surprised. I was like, I'll say this. I was a little worried about The Bride. I was like, I don't know if people are going to really take to this film. I didn't think it was going to bomb this bad. I mean, I didn't think it was going to make a lot of money at the box office. I thought maybe word of mouth might help, but apparently a lot of people just wasn't really feeling it. So it says, according to Deadline, The Bride might need live support. So it was a complete rejection by moviegoers around the world this weekend as Maggie Gyllenhaal's 80 million, yeah, they spent $80 million on this movie and it opened at 13.6 mil. Of that, domestic was 7.3 million, not only breaking Warner Brothers' number one 9 picture opening streak at the box office, but repping a bow that was lower than some recent lows for the Burbank, California lot. And this, I think, was like bad since Mickey 17 and Companion. I still have not gotten around to seeing Mickey 17. I love Companion, but a lot of people just it didn't register with a lot of people. Now, according to industry sources, not Warner sources, believe the loss of The Bride could approach 90 million in its first cycle after home entertainment downstream. They, they also went on to note that it will be a while before the ultimate red is realized. Warner Brothers had no comment about the movie's P&L, which includes 65 mil in a worldwide P&A. Bad timing for a loss, as WBD CEO David Zaslav just cashed in 114 million in stocks due to a trading window opening for execs involved in any deal negotiations. And this is why I have an issue with a lot of this stuff that's going on with these oligarchs and these CEOs. Y'all be up in there giving yourselves these unnecessary raises and cashing in all these damn stocks because you went and did some questionable deal with David Ellison. And so you're more or less, or to me, it's just like, okay, I've heard the things like, yes, David Zaslav did help turn around Warner Brothers when they were pretty much dead in the water. But a lot of some of the business deals that he's been doing, especially like with the trading and the stock and all other stuff, it's kind of been rubbing me the wrong way, and it's made me kind of uneasy in a lot of those situations. So this guy got me side eyeing him, and it's like, sir, you need to be worrying a little less about trying to cash in all these damn stocks and worrying about how to keep Warner Brothers afloat until, God forbid, um Paramount comes around and does what they're going to do with Warner Brothers. Now it says word was out for quite some time that the bride was doomed, that Gyllenhaal was having an uphill battle during production. This is her first massive big budget movie after the 5 million costing before P&A, three-time Oscar nominated Lost Daughter. Hence the push of the Pix release date from last fall to this weekend, which I think is a problem. The movie, because I didn't know that they initially was supposed to come out in the fall, and then they moved it to March. I think that was a mistake. The Bride to me looks like a film that needed to come out in like an October or November, maybe even December. But I don't know, because Frankenstein came out in December. So maybe it would have behooved you to come out in like October, November. October was kind of dry anyway when it came to like horror and stuff. So I think it would have probably been better off coming out around that time. But because the movie, from what I've heard, because I haven't gotten around to seeing it, I do want to see it, but I've heard like it's got art, it's tonally, it's all over the place. Aesthetically, it's all over the place. 1 minute it's like this artsy fartsy film, then it's got this Bonnie and Clyde type of vibe going on with it, which I've heard people say that it should have focused more on the Bonnie and Clyde side of the film than all the other things that we're trying to put in. At one point, it's a musical. At one point, it's like a noir. It takes on a noirish type of vibe. So it was literally all over the place. Then it's like this feminist thing about men, about women getting their empowerment back after being abused by men, and you can have all those things in there if you can bring it all together and have it make sense, and not you trying to tell 80 million stories in one film. And I just think that based off the visual and the tone and all this stuff, I mean, it looked like a relatively interesting movie based off of what I was seeing. It definitely generated my interest, but I just feel like, who was this movie for? And I think that's probably what threw a lot of people off. They didn't know, who were you marketing this film to? Is it the art crowd? Is it more, is it women? Is it the older men? Because you were trying to bring horror elements in there. Like, who was I don't think marketing wise, they figured out how to make this movie make sense for a general audience. And if you're trying to do the artsy fartsy scene, like the ones that watches the movies like the Honoras and Hamnet, which this lady is in, that you see that's playing the bride. If you're trying to do it for that audience, you can't do that on the budget that you made this movie on. You have to make this movie for at least a good 20-30 million dollars. You can't make a movie like The Bride for, what would they say the budget was, 90-80 million dollars, and expect it to recoup your money. Or maybe they knew that it was going to recoup the money. But then again, I wonder if this might not even hurt it, because with so many other hits that they've had that have come out, maybe they'll be able to recoup that money from the other movies. And it's like, okay, we had one flop in 2026. The other movies will make up for it. We'll get into those other movies that are supposed to be coming out on the Warner Brothers slate that may actually cover the expense that they lost for this film. So they also said you can't fault Warner's on the weekend. It's right in the pre-Oscar slot, and there's a lot of heat for Bride star Jessie Buckley to take home Best Actress next Sunday for Hamnet after wins at the Actors Awards, BAFTA, Golden Globes, and Critics' Choice. However, many around town consider the production cost for an original, edgy, high art movie with an actress who is still nascent in her career as far as marquee value goes to be way too much. It's an understatement to say we live in a world where a movie's bad word of mouth is immediate in the social media verse. Take your pick, Solo, A Star Wars Story, Snow White, the list goes on. It's very hard for marketing to save a movie alone. And when it's great, a la other Warner Brothers big bets, Sinners, and One Battle After Another, the movie is screened well in advance to trigger good vibes. What is clear in watching um, in Gyllenhaal's Bride is that every shot is ornate and deliberate. The point was to be campy, badass, with the filmmaker notching sublime performances out of her actors, with Bale and Buckley losing themselves entirely on screen. I understand Gyllenhaal got to make the movie she wanted with full support of Warner Brothers Motion Picture Chairs, Pam Abdi and Mike DeLuca. Bale, Buckley, and Gyllenhaal worked it over the last 2 weeks on a London and New York City press tour. No orphaning goes on here by anyone. Then where does the bride miss? And how does a period horror movie with Nosferatu sans major stars rally with a 21.6 million opening and a 95.6 million domestic, 181.9 million final? We have, they said, we've said it too many times. Period horror is hard as it never fully persuades the horror audience in full, nor sophisticated moviegoers. Bride's C plus cinema score is on par with Midsommar's C plus, and just below the B minus grades of Nosferatu, Bram Stoker's Dracula, Francis Ford Coppola's produced Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, and Guillermo del Toro's Crimson Peak. All movies that I thought were relatively okay. Midsommar, I think, is overrated. I just call that a ripoff of um oh my God, what's the name of that movie that The Wicker Man? That's what I think it gives me vibes of. It gives me like a Timu version of Wicker Man. I mean, it had like moments in there where it was just like real weird and creepy or whatever, but um I don't particularly care for Midsommar. I liked Ari Aster's other movie, the one with the little girl that lost her head. What was the name of that movie? Where she stuck her head out the window because she got a little stingation, a little allergic reaction. She lost her head when it hit that pole. That movie still freaks me out to this day. And yeah, that was a crazy ass movie. Oh, I just realized I did not put in your comments. Hereditary, thank you. I liked Hereditary more than I liked Midsommar. And Bram Stoker's Dracula is a classic, but that movie is long and it's like you gotta that's an acquired taste for you to sit down and watch. Nosferatu I didn't particularly care for. I thought that movie was boring as hell. Visually, it looks great, but I was bored to death watching that freaking movie. And so, yeah, period pieces are hard to sell, especially to get people in movies. Maybe at home people will rather watch it, but yeah. So it said Nosferatu worked in that it knew it was an elevated horror film. Not to mention Dracula has more bite at the box office than Frankenstein in recent adaptations. Nosferatu also cost a reported 50 million or 75 P&A and netted a $70 million profit. While Bride is aesthetically appealing, there's a small audience for such fare. I understand that Gyllenhaal had a slew of ideas for what Bride was: female empowerment movie, Bonnie and Clyde tragic story, love story, I should say, punk rock monster movie, all of which testing indicated needed to be stripped back. Exactly who this event was aimed at, which is all the things I was saying before I even got to this article, was also not taken into consideration. Screen Engine slash column scores post track exit showed a 53% male, 47% female split, with 39% guys over 25, 27% women over 25. Definite recommend, which is a platinum indicator of legs and word of mouth, was very low at 43%. The pictures seem to lean more toward the sophisticated audiences. We hear that the movie's best grosses were in Hamnet houses. Some critics found the zaniness of Bale's putting on the Ritz number an homage to Mel. Oh, I guess that's the musical number. But they said it was an homage to Mel Brooks' comedy Young Frankenstein, hysterically brilliant, while others didn't get the joke. Gyllenhaal, well, that's because you have to be really engrossed in a lot of like Frankenstein and knowing all of that lore in order to understand all the little some things that she was putting in the movie. Now, Gyllenhaal, I'm told, embraced the testing process. She didn't have that on Lost Daughter and reportedly soaked up all the comments. However, choices were made and the pic's pacing remained meandering, along with, yeah, because I heard like in the middle of the film, it gets a little wonky, along with extra characters who didn't drive the plot forward, which people were saying that the weakest part of the movie, which I've heard one person say that they want to see a side film with Penelope Cruz and Maggie's husband, Peter Sarsgaard. A lot of other people I've heard say that they're the weakest part of the movie. So maybe I guess she just want to play fan service because she wanted to fit them in the movie somehow. And it's like, girl, we don't care about these characters. So you're just trying to force these characters in where they don't need to be there. And they said the ultimate fail here was the DNA of the movie and its inability to be an event for anybody. Also, so it's like when you try to be everything for everybody, you end up alienating everyone. Because, like I said before, who is this movie for? Also leaving Bride more bruised was its arrival post Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. Though a Netflix streaming movie, the nine-time Oscar-nominated movie was watched by 33 million in its first week. Greenlight Analytics tracking indicated that potential moviegoers already got their fill on anything Frankenstein, and hence weren't going out of their way to spend money on a movie they felt they already watched at home. And that's what I think also, when you look at it, maybe The Bride was a better off movie that we could have sat and watched on Netflix or one of the streaming services. Maybe it's, I mean, visually, like, yeah, I know everybody says like it should be seen on a big screen, but these big swing type films, people aren't willing to take that risk and go to the movies to see it unless there's a lot of word of mouth surrounding it. And it's like one of those event films, and people feel like, oh, I have this fear of missing out on what this is. So I have to go and spend the money to go see this film. But there was a movie that came out, what was it called? Hoppers, whatever. That movie did well because it's a kids film and people needed something to take their kids to go see. So um then they were talking about The Bride's exorbitant production costs. Gyllenhaal's received chopped shelf with her cast, as well as below the line talent and Oscar nominated Elvis production designer Karen Murphy, a bunch of people who are well known in the industry. So they also said that there were 60 million in production wages on The Bride with over 2,500 local hires. The production worked with 500 businesses. Jesus. Now, they also said that the article also says at the same time the domestic box office is fragile and the industry needs movies like Bride to win. Lower production costs should be married to originality, and may the two never be separated. I understand that there was never a 20 million reshoot on The Bride. That's misinformation. And Buckley only shot one day of reshoots. DeLuca and Abdi's plan is to have a diversified slate so that the potential hits play or pay for any shortfalls for the big swings. And hopefully that still will happen once Warner. I know I hate saying this. Once Paramount takes over, you want to be able to see because I said it, diversified slate, and that's what they've been shooting for, and that's why we love what Warner Brothers has been giving us so far. Because there's a bunch of other movies that's coming out. We got Zazie Beetz South by Southwest world premiere, They Will Kill You, which I'm looking forward to. Mortal Kombat 2, DC Supergirl, Evil Dead Burn, David Robert Mitchell's Flower Vale Street. I don't know what that is, but all the other movies I mentioned so far, I do want to see. We got Practical Magic 2, Alejandro Inarritu's Tom Cruise movie Digger. We also got Clayface, The Cat in the Hat, J.J. Abrams' The Great Beyond, and Legendary's Dune Part 3. So we have all these films coming out. So and this is all before Paramount swallows up what they see as a private, excuse me, franchise studio. One that earned more than $4 billion at the global box office last year, and one that was worth wrestling over with Netflix. So, um, I do think in the future, what needs to happen with this film is that if you're gonna go and swing bold for a movie like The Bride, you need to lower the price. You can't spend 90 to $100 million on a original concept that may or may not do well. And I think that has been the overall issue with a lot of what's been coming out of Hollywood is the fact that y'all spend way too much money on your films are over budgeted. You have to learn how to make a great idea on a tiny budget. And what I don't understand is the fact that with all this new tech and stuff I'm not saying you got to go to AI route. That's the last resort. But there's so many other ways that you can get those visual situations across without having to spend so much money. So a movie like The Bride, you could have probably made that for like 50, maybe $65 million instead of 80 to 90 billion. Um, that's still a tall order, but it to me it sounds reasonable in that price. If you're going to do something that bold, that maybe you should have did it for like 50 million or something like that instead of 90 million. So um I do think also we need to give movies about Frankenstein a rest because clearly y'all don't care. But last but certainly not least, before we get up off this story, there was a story that Variety had posted this article, and I was like, oh, this is actually perfect because I could bring it here. So they came up with 5 reasons The Bride was dead on arrival at the box office. So number one, they said inauspicious release date. Because I didn't know the original date. They said it was supposed to come out October 3rd, which I think would have been a perfect time for this movie to come out. But because because it's kind of got that horror movie vibe. If you have all those different things, and remember, Joker Folie à Doudou came out in an October thing as well. Although that movie was god awful. So, but with this film, it kind of feels like that would have fit within that time frame. But because of the reshoots, they had to move it. So that and yeah, this past October, it was like a dead month in regards to like movies and stuff. And they also said too much. Now the next one is too much Frankenstein, too little time. Says one reason The Bride was pushed to 2026 was the distance itself from Guillermo del Toro's take on Frankenstein, or as they would say, Frankenstein, starring Jacob Elordi as the stitched together monster known as the Creature. That movie, which premiered last August at Venice Film Festival and landed on Netflix in November, has remained in the cultural conversation as an awards player, which we already talked about that it's been nominated for 9 Oscars, including Best Picture. And I just feel like, yeah, Maggie Gyllenhaal and Benicio. So now I'm thinking of Jake, and I'm thinking of the wrong Gyllenhaal, the wrong Del Toro. Um, and now even though Guillermo Del Toro's Frankenstein and Maggie Gyllenhaal's The Bride are two different Frankenstein takes, I just feel that because of the gothic subject matter, that people wouldn't have registered with both. Apparently you can't have two type of topics that are vastly different come out around the same time because apparently people can't separate the two. It's like, didn't I just say that? So then, of course, what I mentioned before, we don't really need to get into it again. The third reason was the a massive budget. Because and it's like, yeah, when you have something where it's a genre bending crime story that has an art house type of vibe to it and it's R rated and you're spending $90 million on the budget, who are you getting to come see this movie? Like, is it the artsy? I mean, the artsy fartsy type did come out, but when you're doing a movie on this type of budget, you need the mainstream audience to kind of come out. And I don't feel that tonally and the way this trailer was put together that it registered with the mainstream audience, which hurt it. And then, so then they also go on that other gamblers lost a lot of money. 2024's Joker Folie à Doudou was rejected with 207 million against a 250 million dollar budget. 2025 sci-fi satire Mickey 17 stumbled with 117 million against a 100. Damn, y'all was like just a smidge off. Their budget was at 118 million. They only made back 117. I'm like, damn. And of course, with the marketing, everything, they still didn't recoup their money. And one battle after another, which is getting all these accolades with the Oscars. But that movie flopped at the box office because it only generated 209 million. The budget was 140 million. So, which I kind of thought that movie was overpriced. I mean, the movie visually, it looked good, a lot of great scenes, but $140 million for that movie. And like, come on now, you could have made that shit for 80 million and called it a day. So then the next one, which I didn't know about this, they said it was a press tour that forgot to sell the movie. Because, like, yeah, if you're going to be doing this press tour, then one of the questions that should have been coming out, and maybe that we'll come to an era where reporters are so afraid to really challenge and ask questions to the people that they're interviewing because they want to be able to get in the room with these people again. I got time for that. If you don't want to have me come back and interview these people, then whatever. But my question would have been, okay, so because this movie has all these different tones and different things, and you're swinging big for the fences, whatever, who is this movie for? That should have been a question that should have been asked to Maggie. That should have been asked to Christian. That should have been asked to whoever else was on this damn junket. Because when I'm sitting there looking at this trailer, when I was in the movies, I was like, okay, now this is up my alley because I love art films. I'm an artist, so I like art films. I like all different genres of movies. So I would have went to, and I like horror, so I would have went to go see it. But I'm not the average moviegoer. When you're trying to talk to the average moviegoer, you want to know, who is this movie for? And I don't think they asked that question. So, the fact that Jessie Buckley is a Best Actress nominee for Hamnet, that's not enough to get people to get butts in seats. And then last but certainly not least, and they said audience rejection. So they said it's as simple as that. Reviews were weak, but moviegoers were downright dismissive, saddling The Bride with a C plus grade on Cinema Score exit polls. When word of mouth is that lethal, there's no amount of marketing magic or charming stories on late night talk shows that can convince people to get off their couch. And that's true. It's like if the people unfortunately still care about what Rotten Tomatoes has to say and Cinema Score and all that other stuff. So even though I do feel like there'll be people that do the review bombing on a lot of these things, if you're not willing to work, I mean, like win over certain groups of people, mainly the mainstream, then you're screwed. And so I would hope to see Maggie continue to make movies because I definitely think that she has the talent to be a filmmaker. I think she has what it takes, and I would love to see more films done by her. But y'all just got to do better with the marketing and the budgeting of these big swing movies. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Have you seen The Bride? What did you think of The Bride? Do you think people are overreacting? And or do you plan on seeing the movie? And just what are your overall thoughts on this story? So whatever they are, let me know in the comments down below. I don't know if I said, oh, you said thank you. I'm so happy I'll be missing your lives drinking hand. Okay. Well, I said y'all should not be up on here being sober watching this messy show. I wish I could, well, I was like, I could drink, but I like to fully concentrate when I'm doing these shows. If I had some help over here producing, then I'd be over here getting lit, which I don't know if I read this before, but hello, Kingston. I come from Kingston. He said, I knew Scream 7 would have a bad second week. It didn't flop. It's still gonna, well, we'll get into that story because I know people are salivating at the mouth saying that it's flopping, John Campia. But for the most part, yeah, it didn't flop. I mean, our politicians could stop what they're doing, as that's what their job is supposed to do. Well, please, we already know this administration, well, regime is a hot ass mess. He said, "Yep, it should have been released in October. It definitely would have done better." The Bride never caught my interest as something I'd want to see. I haven't seen Mickey. That's why I said, and Mickey 17 is on HBO Max. I just haven't. It just hasn't pulled me to just click play and watch it. Even though I like sci-fi, I like weird stuff. It just hasn't sucked me in yet. But I do know I do know one thing. I definitely need to catch up on some of those Oscar-nominated films before Sunday. Because what is it? The Wagner Mora movie is on, I think, Hulu. There's a couple of places I need to go and watch all the film because I know they're all available. Well, most of them except Marty Supreme. But yeah, I want to get around to watch it. Oh yeah. Yeah, I liked Hereditary. I ain't particularly care for Midsommar. I thought that movie was overrated. Like, child, if I wanted to watch a ripoff of The Wicker Man, I'd watch the original Wicker Man. Which the original Wicker Man is actually good. I didn't like the one with Nicolas Cage. This budget was too fucking high for a damn Yeah, it was promoted like hell and nobody cared. Because every time I went to the movies, they showed the trailer in the coming attractions. Every movie I watched, The Bride was playing. So, and I saw a lot of movies because I got A-list. And yeah, they were just, the budget was budgeting. Um, Black Love is in the building. I've been getting an itch to watch reminders of him this week. Oh, that's the Tariq Withers movie. Yeah, I've been watching I saw a recent interview with him and that boy is so fine. And Micah Monroe and Colleen Hoover. They were doing an interview over on EW. Not EW, it was ET. I knew it was something with an E. With ET. And it was It's a good interview. He did a lot of the talking, which I ain't mind. And then people was getting mad. It was like, why y'all so apart? Because they were the kind of like the way they were standing. Because it's like you don't want to be all up on people. You respect people's space. I still love the Bride of Frankenstein from 1935. Maybe try again in a few years and keep it in their hearts and keep the budget small. If you're going to do something like that, it's funny. Like, well, I guess because we're of a certain age, so we kind of grew up on a lot of those old films. And somebody pointed this out. I think it was a video we played on this channel where they was talking about what you talking about? They was talking about classic movies and why it Gen Z or whatever. They were saying like when it came to millennials and um how they value and they like older films is because when cable first came around and became a luxury that everybody could afford, they had to try to fill up those slots because it was just cable was a 24/7 situation. So they had to find movies to put up there because everybody wasn't churning out original content. So they had to dig in the archives. They would put like the old movies up there. And a lot of those movies were the Universal monster movies. So you had Frankenstein and Dracula and Bride of Frankenstein and all the Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi movies. So they put all that stuff up there, and that's kind of like how we got embedded into watching a lot of those classic movies. Because I was never really big on Frankenstein and the Mummy and all that stuff. But I remember when I was a kid and we used to go to the Brooklyn Public Library, which is in Grand Army Plaza, which is downtown Brooklyn, and that was the big library that we would go to. I think, if I'm not mistaken, no, that's not the library they shot Ghostbusters in. They shot that one in Manhattan. Actually, if you really want me to be frank, that's where Cascada shot their music video in the library. Every time we touch, if y'all watch that video that was shot in the library, I used to go. That's where they shot that video. But anyway, so um, they sold VH. They had VHS tapes in there. So we used to always like in with books, we would rent like stuff. So that my father would always get like the classic Universal horror movies. Also, that's where I first got around to watching Fairy Tale Theater. Remember that show with Shelley Duvall? I used to watch that growing up too. That brings back memories. I used to watch the VHSs of those that I used to get from the library. Timothy might have hurt himself because his ego got to him. He can't come back to the art house crowd. Someone asked me what happened to him. I said he was told to hide his why was he told to hide it? I mean, he's been front and center with it, but I did see a video, an article. Well, I'll bring all that up when we get to the topic. There was a lot of there was a lot of stuff going on that kind of, I guess, hurt that movie. But also, I think it was another one that was very expensive that hurt the audience. Any film that has Trump like villain is getting rejected. Well, the Running Man just wasn't a good movie. I mean, the first half I say is good. The third act is just trash. Kind of like Scream 7. He said, Tariq, I'm just saying you need a football player in your life. And speaking of which, Tariq said he want to be in season 2 of Heat of Rivalry because he did a video. He was like, "No, not I don't want them calling my agent to get me in Heat of Rivalry." Basically, putting the energy out there that he wants to be in the show. I was like, "All right, but who would he be playing?" Because I haven't read any of the books. Oh, please. I used to live in that library when I was a kid. You said, by the way, I was watching some of your old lives. Not you watching my old lives from 2022 yesterday. I was on a Madonna binge and watched your live about Confession's 17th anniversary and erotica. Look, that is the craziest thing. It's like I make so many videos and it literally becomes out of sight, out of mind. I forgot I even did those. But I like when somebody actually said this too, that they actually like when people watch their old lives because it reminds them of what they did. I can't remember who did. I don't know if it was Lee from Drum Dums that said it or somebody else. But I actually agree with that. I'm like, I didn't even know y'all was out here watching my life. But then I remember like when some of y'all leave, when people come, oh, I just discovered your channel and they leave comments or whatever. And then I'm like, really appreciate when y'all go back and watch all the old stuff because I always just be thinking like, oh, it's out of like I said it, nobody cares, it's old. But some people actually like the nostalgia aspect and likes to watch the old stuff. Wait, what? Why is third? Oh, TS. What are we talking about? Trans people? I'm getting back on reading again, physical books as well as audiobooks too. Yeah, you want to know something? No, nothing's as good as a book. I've tried the audiobook thing. I don't like the audiobook thing. I love the smell of a book. I like holding a book. It just kind of takes me back to when I was a kid and I used to just read a lot of books. And also, my mother will tell you, I was such a nerd. I used to read the encyclopedia cover to cover. And I think all of that happened was because when I was a kid growing up, I used to get in a lot of trouble. So I used to get grounded a lot and I couldn't watch TV or whatever the case was. So I was stuck. I would either be writing books because I would always write short stories or creating characters or whatever the case is, or I'd be listening to my little Walkman, which surprisingly didn't get taken away from me when I was on punishment. Or um or I would read a book. I would read the encyclopedia. Those were the days. Well, get in line. I would think they would have audiobooks. Third acts. You're talking about the third act of is it writer's fatigue? I'd rather have 6 or 10. Well, I don't know. I just think the problem with Scream is that James Vanderbilt and Guy Busick, they have an issue with sticking the landing when it comes to the stories that they come up with. So he said, "It's not just you. I watch older episodes of Wendy Williams and Hoda. Yeah, I watch a lot of old episodes and stuff too. There be sometimes if I come across an old Wendy clip, I definitely stick around and watch it. Why did we vilify people taking vacations or not doing shit? Well, because we live in a society that they want us to work like slaves and not take care of ourselves mentally and physically. Like I have a friend right now that's been spending the whole week. Shout out to Adam. Sailor Mermaid know him that we met at the fire island. I don't know, he particularly don't care for him, but he's celebrating his birthday because he a Pisces out in Miami right now with his fiance and his friends and all this stuff, having a good old time. I was like, good for you, niece. And still sending me stuff online. I'm like, shouldn't you be out having fun? But anyway, not you reading an entire cycle. Yeah, definitely that was me. That's why I am the way I am, because I used to read them books cover to cover. But anyway, yeah, speaking of which, I need to take a damn vacation. One of these days I'm gonna do that. I like I said, I have friends that live in Spain. They want me to come out there. I just gotta get my passport and get to getting because that's the one thing I don't have yet. And take a trip. Who knows? I might like it out there so much I might not want to come back. But anyway, y'all, let's get back into the show. Hopefully, I'm glad to see a lot of y'all still sticking around. So y'all not finding me boring y'all to death. Shout out to everybody that's in the room. Okay, so now let's get back into the show. Let's get into topic number 2 since we was talking about Scream. Let's talk about Scream. So Scream kind of knew that there was going to be a second week drop for the film. But I don't think I will say, I'll speak for myself. For me, I did not think it was going to have this 70% drop. I don't think it was going to be this bad. But apparently, fret not. It is still a hit at the box office. It made its money back and then some. It is officially crossed over to being, would it be considered the first horror film to gross $1 billion? Like all 7 movies combined, it is now officially $1 billion franchise. So Paramount is estimating a 16.3 million second weekend for Scream 7, which brings it to 92 million total, a drop of negative 74%. That would be the worst second weekend drop for the franchise. It's also worse that the second weekend of Scream 6, 17.3 million, with a negative 61% drop. That's what happened. We all shady for this line. That's what happens when you make a mediocre movie. Word of mouth or lack thereof is the main reason for those numbers. And you know what? Even though I know that there's a lot of horror movie purists and slasher movie purists and people who are Scream fans who will sit and defend this movie, and say it's not mediocre, but but as someone who is an actual, I'm not going to sit up here and say that they're not Scream fans because of their opinion, but I'm also a Scream fan, and I have to say this movie was mediocre. It relied way too much on the nostalgia and really just forgot to tell an actual story. What is this story about? Who is this movie for? I mean, I understand we want to cater to the fans, and did y'all want to really go there with the whole Stu situation? I kind of think that y'all chickened out in regards to the whole Stu thing, and then you resorted the final act. First of all, I'm still mad at y'all for making Ethan Embry look as horrible as y'all made him look in that damn movie, because that's not how he look in real life. That hair was bad. And then Anna Camp with um her reasoning behind like her motivation, because Sydney, she read her book and then it motivated her to kill her husband. And Sydney was just too somber and subdued and meek and all the things she's always been. And she wasn't really coming out being that fiery mama bear that you wanted her to be. And because you were obsessed with her and you were an obsessed fan because you read the book and you think you knew her based off of this coming out of the dark movie, quoting Gloria Estefan. What's the name of the book? Coming out of the dark or whatever, out of the shadows, out of something, out of sight, out of mind. I don't remember the name of the book, but Sydney wrote a book. I remember in Scream 4, and this woman apparently became obsessed with Sydney and became like not only her neighbor, but she was like obsessed with her. And I just don't feel like y'all drove that story enough where we could have just kind of believed the motivation. So the motivation was the reasoning, the motive, all that stuff was relatively weak, which is not surprising because it was what we got in Scream 5, it was what we got in Scream 6. So Scream 8, going forward, wipe the slate clean, get rid of them writers. We don't want them back. Now I will say this, I did like some of the ideas you put in the movie. I love that the panic room sequence. I like the opening sequence, even though what they were trying to say, some people said it didn't connect with the film. But then the guy who hosts, what is it, At the Drive-In or something or another, um, he was basically saying that yeah, there was connective tissue to it, and that was basically they were trying to burn it all down, wipe the slate clean, and they wanted to make y'all think that it was Stumacher that burned down the house, while this other thing was going on in the town that Sydney was in, and all the other killings were starting up again. So there was motivation behind it. It's just apparent that these two wound up at the Airbnb, and they ended up being casualties in this person's plan. Now, who did what they did to those characters? Who knows? But they're saying that was the motivation to start up the thing. Because normally we always say that the characters who are in the film are connected to other characters. But I just thought that was a cool sequence. There was a couple of really good swings. I love the fact they killed one of the ghost faces in the middle of the movie. That was another great idea that they did. And um which we all kind of know, like, okay, now if you're going to kill a ghost face halfway through, we know there's more, so that's not really a giveaway, or a spoiler to per se, because it's like, wait, the movie's not even over yet, we still got maybe like another hour for this film, and y'all done killed off Ghostface already. Like, what's going on? So they said the Scream 7 release kicked off on February 27th with a record-shattering opening weekend with 63.6 million. It earned the best domestic debut of the entire 30-year-old horror franchise. Additionally, its global debut of more than 97 million, so it took just 3 days to outgross the entire run of 2011 Scream 4. Per deadline, as of Saturday morning, Scream 7 is projected to drop to number 2 behind Pixar's Hoppers during its sophomore weekend with a 3-day domestic box office gross of 16.3 million. While it has outpaced the new release The Bride, which is projected to hit number 3 with a debut between 8 and 10 million, it has been slammed with a brutal 74% drop that marks the worst of the franchise by a wide margin. The previous biggest drop of the franchise was earned by 2011 Scream 4, which fell 62.4% during its own sophomore weekend. While its drop could fluctuate slightly from projections once its Sunday numbers come in, it is currently set to tie with the 2024 horror movie The Front Room and Werewolves for the 113th biggest week 2 drop of all time. Wait, Werewolves did I don't even know Werewolves even hit the top 10, because Well, that wasn't a good movie. I like Frank Grillo, but that movie was not good. And I went to the movies to see that. It was like me and two other people in that movie. And the werewolf effects and everything was cool, but it was just the acting wasn't that great, and the it just wasn't a good movie. Now, they also said while horror tends to be more front loaded than many other genres and can often have sophomore weekend drops of 60% or more, the Scream movies have largely avoided that trend. And I have a breakdown of the whole situation. So hold on, because I'm gonna actually pull it up for y'all to see what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at. What I'm looking at. So, yeah, this is the overall graph that we have regarding the whole Scream situation. So we have the original Scream domestic debut was 6.3 million. And I remember when I was a kid when that movie came out, and I didn't know much about Scream. I just knew like, oh, it was a scary movie, and I was a little too young to go see it. But I remember there was this guy, George, that was telling me about it. And he was like, he went to the movies to see it, and I think it came out in December, and it was somehow how, like, how clever and how good the movie was, and it got me interested because I didn't know much about this movie. I just knew Drew Barrymore was in it, and it was like Slash or whatever the case was. But he went to see it open the weekend and just could not stop talking about it. So when I finally got around to watching it, then I was like, oh yeah, this was a good one. And this was like in '96. So yeah, then they had a what is it? Week two drop was like 42.8%. It grossed 173 million. Scream 2, 32.9 million was what it grossed because, as big as of a hit that Scream was, when Scream 2 came out, um, it made more, obviously. Then it had a 57.7 drop and it brought in 172.4 million. So while the original grossed 173 million, the sequel brought in slightly less, but nevertheless, it was still a hit. Then we had Scream 3, which for real, that movie I know very divisive. The movie grossed, well, debuted at 34.7 million, 53% drop second week, brought in 161.8 million. Scream 4, damn, that was like the lowest rated one. Even though there's things about Scream 4 I love. I love the Jill character. I liked Sydney with the book signing situation. It had its issues, but Scream 4, I think, well, maybe people were kind of feeling away about Scream 4 because Scream 3 was such a cheesy, campy disappointment with a lot of what was going on up in that film. People really weren't feeling it, even though it made a lot of money. I think people were probably had a bad taste in their mouth from Scream 3. Then Scream 4 comes out, and don't get me wrong, Charlie was one of the worst co-killers that we had. I thought he was just a horrible killer in that film. But Jill was everything. I love the whole Jill story. I would have loved to have seen the original idea behind Jill, which was supposed to be that she was supposed to get away with killing all her friends, faking her death. Well, basically making it look like she was attacked by Ghostface. When we oversaw the scene where she was basically throwing herself around the house, making it look like she was battered and bruised. And then Sydney was supposed to get amnesia. And what was supposed to happen in the next movie was she was supposed to get away with it because she was supposed to get the fame and everything. Sydney gets amnesia, but somebody knows her secret. So it's another Ghostface that's going around. So Ghostface is trying to kill all these other people. She's supposed to be in college, Jill, and it's supposed to be Ghostface against Ghostface. I would have loved them to still play up that story, but and you still can. So I would love to see them go there with that storyline, and hopefully down the road they actually will. And then of course, so I think y'all can pretty much see enough of the graph to know like what the domestic drops for all the other films were. So to get back into the topic at hand, then I want to say the Jurassic Fall will see it dropping even further than notable recent flops, including the Sony Spider-Man Universe movie Morbius, with negative 73.8%. A24's Opus. Wasn't that the movie with the girl from what's her name? Ayo Edeberry? I think she was in that, right? I was negative 73.4%, and Francis Ford Coppola's Megalopolis, which that movie is just a mess, with 73.3%. Now they also said, here's the thing. So what do I think may have hurt Scream? I think all the baggage that pretty much came along with the film. the whole Melissa Barrera drama, the reshoots, the rewrites, the fact they spent $500,000. I don't know where that money went, but they said they spent $500,000 on a script rewrite. And during certain parts, you could definitely tell Kevin Williamson's writing versus Guy Busick's writing. And he didn't really have much of a say in regards to like the script. He did what he could with what he had. And I do think that because of the drama that went in with that, and then I feel like y'all kind of got scared and really didn't want to swing for the fences with this movie and decided to rely on the nostalgia aspect. And then y'all showed y'all hand too much. Like you went and revealed all the damn people. Y'all revealed that Roman Bridger was coming back. You revealed that Matthew Lillard was coming back. Scott Foley and Matthew Lillard. And then you revealed that David Arquette was coming back. When people thought, they were like, why would you reveal that? That should have been a secret. The only person that y'all kept secret, which surprised the hell out of me when I went, I was like, at least they kept one secret. Laurie Metcalf, Debbie Salt, when she pops up on the screen, it's like, oh, but y'all kept that a secret, probably because I think she was a last minute add-on versus all the other ones. So, and even those cameos, the way y'all workshop those cameos in the film, it didn't stick the landing. I did not like the David Arquette thing that y'all put up in there. That was terrible. And y'all had him looking like a freaking um a goth kid. I was trying to think of who was it? Kyle Garner in Jennifer's Body. Y'all had him looking like in the damn movie. I'm like, who is that? That can't be David Arquette. Because y'all made him look crazy up in this, like the way y'all had his hair, and it was like, I did not like how y'all had him looking on camera. And the Roman Bridger scene, it didn't work for me. So, I feel like going forward, what do we do to revive the franchise? Because y'all need to take y'all time with this next script. However, they're talking about they want to bring Scream. They're already going to start shooting Scream 8 in the fall. That is the rumor. Please take y'all time with this script. Do not rush it. I understand the movie's a big hit. Slashers are front loaded because people want to be able to see everything opening weekend because y'all got big mouths and y'all want to spoil everything. But if you're going to do a movie like this, take your time with the script, really come up with a good story. It would be nice if y'all would take a different approach and bring in new characters, but they're not going to do that because this franchise has shot itself in the foot by making it every movie has to be about Sidney Prescott. So it's going to get to the point where y'all going to have to see diminishing numbers at the box office, and y'all going to have to push this franchise and put it on hold for like a good 5, maybe 10 years before you can reboot it with a whole new cast in order for people to want to take Scream seriously again. Because, like, what does this movie have to say that actually is a take on horror movies of today, any of the meta stuff that's going on? And you need to play into that because that's what this movie's foundation has solely been built on. It's the meta angle. And what does a franchise like Scream have to say about slasher films? That was why the original was created. It was a take on the slasher genre of the 80s and 90s and the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and bringing that into this film. I loved a lot of the angle shots. I like the homages to old movies like Halloween and the Michael Myers shadowy thing in the background. I like some of those shot choices. And also the infamous bar tab kill, which was an homage to My Bloody Valentine, the original one, with the shower and the girl getting impaled and the water and the blood coming out of her mouth. So that was kind of like that was an homage to that. So I like those homages to original like classic horror movies that I grew up watching as a kid. But you're gonna have to take bigger swings. And one of the things I will say is that 3C, I don't know if you ever watched that show, 3C Films. He came up with a really good idea on where the franchise should possibly go. Because I was like, oh, that sounds like a really cool idea. I think what y'all need to do, we need to leave Sydney alone. Maybe if you want to do something with Tatum, y'all could do that. Maybe take it international, have Tatum go abroad to school or whatever, and then see like how does Ghostface appear in a world of like internationally versus domestically, and see how y'all could work that. There was another idea that I thought was really good where he was saying that um, maybe they need to just focus a franchise around Kirby, where Kirby is the only character. She's in the FBI and she goes around and solving Ghostface based cases, which is what y'all were talking about in Scream 6. So if she's at the forefront being like the Benoit Blanc of the Scream movies, then I think that would be a good angle for this to go through it, bringing a whole new cast of characters. She's doing her whole who done it situation, working with the police or whatever the case is to figure out who the Ghostface is, Ghostface or Ghostface as in plural. And she gets to do her FBI thing while a bunch of kids is worrying about becoming Carnage Candy. So I think that'd be a great angle. There's only so much that y'all could do to keep us interested with the Sidney Prescott story. Like how many times, 30 years that like this lady been worrying about people trying to kill her? Like how long are we gonna be doing? I know we love the nostalgia and reheating the nachos and all that other stuff, but at some point, it's like, come on, we can't just keep sacrificing story for, you know, a microwavable TV dinner. Like we can't keep doing that. I mean, if we love a franchise and believe in it so much, we should want more from it. Because at one point we looked at the Saw franchise. They kept reheating the same nachos over and over. Then we got Saw X, and that was a breath of fresh air. We was excited to finally get a Saw film that's like, damn, this is the best Saw movie I've seen since the first one. And so I don't know what they're gonna do with the net with Saw 11, but I'm curious to see what they're gonna do with it, especially with the original people getting the rights back and working on a project. So um I'm actually looking forward to seeing another Scream movie, but I definitely feel like if y'all gonna give us another Scream movie, y'all really gotta swing for the fences. The plot armor kind of needs to subside, or maybe y'all could make a story around the Meeks Martin twins, since they're getting in the whole reporting space. Or there was another story where they said, why not focus a movie around Gail? I think at one point there was an idea that was floating around where they were gonna do a Gail focused Scream movie. They never got around to doing it, and everybody, quiet as it's kept, this might be blasphemous to say, but there are people out there that like Gail more than they like Sydney. So, I mean, I like Nev Campbell and I like Sydney, but I would also love to see Gail be at the center of a story or whatever the case is. So, who knows where they're going to go with this? I also think they still need to revisit the cult of Stu idea, where we have a bunch of Ghostface who are caught up in this. I thought that would have been a great angle to go with this whole AI stew situation, what they did with this movie. If they would have just did it like a cult situation, maybe had a little Reddit chat room where they conspiring with each other, a group chat chain or whatever, and there was like a group of Stu worshipers and kind of tied it all into the first movie and was doing stuff based off around that. Remember in Scream 2 where they had like they were killing people based off the names of the killers who were in the original movie and in the order. So Casey Becker, then you had CC Cooper, whose real name was Casey Becker, that whole thing, and then her boyfriend. Well, you had what's her name? Jada Pinkett and her boyfriend, and how their names was kind of connected with the people that died. So if they did something like that, but with a different twist on it, I think that would have been cool. I got a lot of ideas. So um y'all need to figure out what y'all want to do if y'all want to keep this franchise going. So while it is still pretty much a successful movie because it made close to $100 million on a $45 million budget, it's made its money back already. So Scream 7 is a hit, but still, you can't just be thinking, well, money, hit, and then the franchise is now starting to go downhill because so far, Scream has been that one franchise that you either really love a movie, a Scream movie, or you really hate it. There's like no in between. But I don't think there's any Scream movies that people relatively hate. You can put them in order of what movies in the genre you like, but I don't think there's relatively a Scream movie that you genuinely hate because I don't hate any of the films. There's films I think that have great moments about it and weaker moments, but it's not a movie that I'm like, okay, this is terrible. So they go on forever talking about this. But in the meantime, I don't want to do that because we got a lot more topics to get to. So before as I'm closing out this story, what do you guys think of this story in regards of Scream 7? Have you seen the movie? Would you think of the film? Are you surprised this 74% drop at the box office? And where do you think that they should go with this franchise in regards of the story? Because like I said, there's only but so much you can do a story surrounding Sidney Prescott. It may be time to bring in new people and new stories. And breathe some fresh life into this franchise, because now I feel like they've written themselves into such a corner because you made this franchise all about Sydney Prescott. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hmm. Hold on, because I got to scroll on up. We engaging and having a good old funky time. We'll never be bored of this chat. He said, but I having Nev Campbell on the film for an hour of screen time costed much of the other cast, which could have allowed us to know the victims. But because people demanded a Sydney led film, I mean, you could have had moments with Sydney, but also they could have figured out a way to flesh out a lot of those characters. The cost of the other cast, someone says Sydney needs to go. If that means the audience goes, they have 6 films with her. Gen Z show they don't care about Sydney and Gail, and age plays into it. Sidebar, what did you think of Harry's album? The popular opinion seems to be that the fourth album curse applies to today's. Um, I was bored with the album. I mean, there's a couple of songs on there. I'm like, it's good. It'll be interesting to see how this works on a live setting, and I think that he'll be able to work the album in a live setting. I told you, Cobra's new album is 10 times better than Harry's. That might be a crazy thing to say, but it's my taste in music. The fact of the matter was, if you selling this on having disco and electronic elements and all this other stuff, and that was kind of the route you were going, I thought it'd be a little more LCD sound system in regards of where he was going with like the live instrumentation with the electronic elements. It's a little too slow. Like, Carla's song is cute. I love, of course, the first single. And I like that he's making these bold moves and doing these artsy fartsy music videos. But yeah, it's not an album that I could listen to in repeat settings. Oh, well, lucky you. You say your mother took you to see Scream. Someone also said the first scene in Scream 7 should have been the mid-credit scene to let us know it's not over yet. Oh yeah, that would have been a really cool situation where it's like the Airbnb sequence is actually it should have been the way you ended the film. That definitely does make sense. It should have been a cool opening kill, but also that should have been a mid-credit scene. Oh please, I love me some yeah, Parker Posey in that film. She definitely was a hoot. The way she overacted as Gail Weathers. Kevin's hands were tied because it was part of the contract for a 3-film deal. I heard there's a scene where Stu survived, but yeah, I did hear that it didn't work. But I'm like, well, look, so all the Stuthers who've been out there going so hard on Matthew Lillard being alive and Stu being alive, it just they haven't been able to make it work. So he's dead. It seems the AI thing turned people off. They rather have a Ghostface regular calls, but using Stu Mocker, it made sure to go Sidney Prescott only dealing with Ghostface, but having Tatum. Um, yeah, I didn't like the fact that there was less Roger L. Jackson in this. People are saying they need to apologize, let go of Nev, and bring back Melissa. No, Melissa's not coming back. I mean, that was one of the theories. Some people were saying, well, bring back Melissa and Jenna. With all the stuff that's been going on, I don't even think they would want to come back to a Scream movie. Maybe I'd be basic about this, but would it make sense to release these kinds of films around September, October, relating to aspects of Halloween? Well, the first Scream movie came out in December, which did well. Um, it would make sense for it to come out in October. Quiet as kept, we said that they should have released the movie in October. All this time y'all was sitting on that film. When y'all were done shooting it, y'all should have just went back and because I'm like, when was this? The test audience hated the stew shit, but y'all like that third act. I would have been like, oh no, y'all need to change this mess. Clarence Camp was a good Ghostface. The fact of the matter was, Ethan Embry, the way y'all did his character, it didn't work for me. And how easily Sydney got dispersed of him. But unfortunately, but I did love her fight scene with Jessica. But unfortunately, Hayden mental health took a dive because she lost her family. And Spyglass told her, "We can't give you 5 years to heal." She's like, "That's Hollywood today. I'm a celebrity, not a human being." Mm-mm-mm-mm. I'd rather leave Hollywood if I can't. Well, I don't think she's entirely left. But Chris, if that's true about Sydney and Scream, how was Halloween so successful with Laurie being the main character each movie? Well, yeah, because in nostalgia purposes, we love when Laurie comes back. But Halloween 2018, a lot of people like that film. Halloween Kills, people took issue with a lot of stuff with that film, even though it did well. Hollywood Ends pissed a lot of people off, and I like all three of those movies for different reasons. I even like Halloween Ends. I know that's not a popular opinion, but I like Halloween Ends. And I say as a separate movie, as part of a trilogy, it does not fit. It doesn't make sense. It does as a trilogy. It's not a good film to fit in within that. As a one-off, I'm like, it's a good movie if it wasn't attached to. And I think the problem with that movie is David Gordon Green sold people short on where he was planning on going with this thing. But I'm thinking he didn't have. It's kind of like the Wachowskis with the Matrix. Y'all had a fully fledged plan with the first movie, but Reloaded and Revolutions, I don't think they, because of the pressures of the studio, they ain't really had no plan. So they just came up with a bunch of stuff, threw it at the wall, saw what sticks. I want to give y'all a bunch of convoluted ass philosophical mumbo jumbo in the movie, and y'all gonna eat it up. We're gonna give you more fights, more crazy special effects, more bullet time. He's gonna be flying like Superman in his little black suit and all the other stuff. We're gonna eat it up. And we saw the flaws up in there because, like I said, and then we had to spend all that. And then the third one, we had to spend all that damn time in Zion, which I'm like, Zion is ugly. I would not want to live there. It looks cold. Looks like it smells like funky ass metal and oil, spilled oil all over the damn place. I don't want to live in this place. And I got to sit and eat what look like cum in a cup because that's what it looked like they was eating. I want to eat this mess. I'd rather just live in the Matrix. So there was that, but and they're supposed to be making another one. I think we talked about that on the show, didn't we? It said they lost Gen Z when they said the genocide is reductive. Not you using that Madonna reductiveness, like how Madonna lost the '90s millennials when she. I mean, she should have been like she reheating my nachos, but that wasn't a term at the time. Reheating your nachos is something new. They said what she was doing it. Then first of all, when that whole motivation thing started in the third act, did y'all have? Because I'll be having these moments too. It's like all the sound, like when somebody gives you bad news, like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you got testicular cancer," and all of a sudden, all the sound goes out the room, and you don't hear shit. All you heard was you got the big C, and now your mind going wild. That's how it was when that third act came in. All the sound when I ain't hear shit. So I don't even remember the monologue. I just remember the fight, and it was funny because Sydney was stabbing that bitch up. Which I laughed at that fight. Past my prime, my ass. As she said, that Sydney and Tatum blew her face off. I saw it twice and having a digital copy waiting for me. Someone said Scream should be anthology. Well, look. I think Scream is like your typical slasher film, well, not typical, but a typical slasher film in the sense of anthology. You bring in new characters every film, and it's like who lives, who dies, who's the final girl, who's not the final girl. We don't know that. I like the idea of Tatum going overseas and studying having Ghostface in that environment. Yeah, like if she went to study in London or something, that'd be a good idea. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like what horror movies are. I did like the idea of them going to New York though. I did like that that situation. I would like for them to do more of that. Bob said it best, horror fans need something to watch for Christmas. That's why I work. Yeah, that's why Silent Night, Deadly Night is such a good movie. The new one. I don't know if y'all seen it. But I went to the movies to see that in December, and I was like, "Oh my god, this movie is so good." But now I got another Christmas movie that I can be watching. When you talking about Krampus, I did watch that film. I thought it was all right, but we don't have enough Christmas horror movies. I guess Terrifier 3, Silent Night, Deadly Night, the original, and then we got the new remake. All right, y'all. Let's get into this story before we get to the Timothée Chalamet mess. Let's talk about Arnold Schwarzenegger. So, Arnold Schwarzenegger has said that they're reviving. I had no idea he's 78, and I'm sitting there like, sir, You at 78 still trying to do action? I don't know if I want to see all of that. But he said that they're looking at reviving one of his classics like Conan and I think the Predator films and all this stuff. So I got the details on that situation. So let's get into the story. Shout out to Comic Book Movie for this, by the way. So they said legendary action star Arnold Schwarzenegger has shared exciting updates about several projects that could see him reprise some of his most iconic roles, including one that was thought to be shelved for a good couple of years back. The Terminator star spoke to the ArnoldFans.com during this weekend's Arnold Sports Festival in Columbus, Ohio, and revealed that the elusive King Conan movie is moving forward at 20th Century Studios with none other than Christopher McQuarrie on board to write and direct. He said they just hired a fantastic writer slash director who did Tom Cruise's last four movies, and those last four movies would be the Mission Impossible films. They just hired him to write and direct King Conan. Now, what they do is what they write is that wait, what? Now, what they do is that they write the part. They don't write them like I'm 40 years. You write it to be age appropriate. Well, yeah, sir, because there's no way in hell that you at 78 is gonna go off and play. Excuse me, I feel a sneeze coming. Oh, it's going. Um, you're not 40, so there's no way you can play that character. They said with King Conan is a great old story that Conan was 40 years as king and now he gets forced out of the kingdom and there's conflict. Of course, but somehow he comes back and there's all kinds of madness, violence, magic, and creatures and stuff like that. And now, of course, there's all kinds of special effects. The studio has plenty of money to make those movies really big, so I'm really looking forward to all those projects. Then he also wanted to say there's no official announcement relating to the Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Destroyer follow up. But now that Arnie appears to have let the cat out the bag, I guess we'll hear something from the trades like Variety and Hollywood Reporter and Deadline and all those other stuff relatively soon. And he also said that he spoke to Predator Badlands director Dan Trachtenberg about returning as Dutch in a future movie and that there is a script for a Commando sequel. So the Dutch part in Predator, they kind of alluded to that when you watch the oh my god, what was it called? Killer Killers, the animated version, where they had that and they basically showed Dutch on the ship with all the other previous winners and all the other stuff, the ones who pretty much kill predators. So there's an idea there. Now the question remains, because I know we like to try, I don't want to make age a factor, but that does play big in this type of thing. At 78 years old, where Arnold Schwarzenegger, from what I heard, he had a stroke. Also, I don't think he's in. I don't know if he's physically able to be able to do all of these parts that are required of him. As Conan, I could definitely see him playing like a king sitting on a throne and that whole thing. If you need all the action stuff, y'all could probably pretty much take his face and juxtapose and put it on another person's body and have them do all the physical stuff. If you need to do close-ups where he's throwing a punch or swinging a sword or whatever the case, you could do that. But have the stuntman come in and do it with a gray wig on and have them do all the things that needs to happen with the king. Because I don't know if Arnold Schwarzenegger at 78 could still pull off the physical demands of doing these type of movies. But to have him in there for nostalgia's sake and get butts and seats and want to come see this in the theater, I definitely feel like as this character as a King Conan, that would work. But then you bring in a set of new characters, younger characters who could handle all the physical demand of doing the action and all this stuff. If Jason Momoa was never in a Conan movie, I would have been like, he would have been perfect to be in one of these movies. But he played Conan in a remake, which she liked that film. I know it's not a perfect movie. It's not the greatest film. I did like a lot of the action and the special effects and all this stuff in there. It's not a good movie. It's not a great film, but I thoroughly enjoy it. Whenever it comes on, I'll watch it. So see him in it, and I think maybe people had a problem with that film because it was too serious. And I think it was Platinum Dunes that was behind that at the time. So that probably was what it was because their tone and those type of movies they were making the Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake and stuff like that, and they kind of teetered more on the serious side of movies than not taking itself. Because when you look at Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Destroyer, it's for the camp that's in those films. More so with Conan the Destroyer with Grace Jones than the original movie. The original movie is a little on the serious side, but it's a little lighter in tone with Destroyer, which I actually like both movies. I remember when I was a kid and I saw those films on Channel 11. I was way too young to see those movies when they came out. But um I don't know if I was born when the original came out. So but as far as like Dutch goes, I could definitely see him as some sort of a commander and predator or whatever, but how to make him do all the stuff in there, that'll be interesting. I don't know about Commando though. Because while you walked, so people like Jason Statham and so many can run, you ain't got the type of stamina that a Jason Statham has at your age of 79. So I don't know how we feel about those. But if they can come up with a really good script, because I like Dan Trachtenberg and I like what he's been doing with the Predator franchise. But if they could find a way to make use of Arnold Schwarzenegger by reheating a lot of his old nachos and rebooting a lot of prior franchises that he was a part of, then if you find a way to go about it, then be my guest. So um I don't think I need to add any more to this story, but it'll be interesting to see how they do because this is all at Paramount, I believe, and this is all David Ellison trying to revive a lot of old IPs. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would you like to see Arnold Schwarzenegger reprise his role in the Conan franchise, the Predator franchise, and a sequel to Commando? Now, if y'all make a sequel to Commando, does that mean Alyssa Milano is coming back? Because she played his daughter in the first movie. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Overweight. I am. I was like, when does that come out? Does that come out like the last week of March? I'm definitely gonna go check that out. God forbid if I have the time, because Wednesday I'm literally working a 8 hour. Look, this is the Big East this week, so this is the only show y'all getting this week, and then the next time I'm off is Sunday. So that's why I'm making this show count because this is like the only show y'all, and I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of crazy stories coming out. So Sunday before the Super Bowl, before the Oscars, I'm probably gonna do a big best topics of the week recap and just give my opinions on some of the biggest stories. But yeah, the Big East is on Wednesday, so that's a 8 hour shift. Thursday, I just picked up another shift, so I'm doing a double. Friday and Friday is the semifinals, and then there's the finals on Saturday, and then Sunday is the one time I got off. So I'm like, chill. I probably spend that time doing a show. I just saw that this is the worst thing because the NYPD just graduated at the Garden. They just had a graduation this morning. I just saw the NYPD is projecting Jake Lang and Hate Zoran over. He took half their pay because they were overpaid. Well, I have to look into that because that's crazy. Yeah, if they can find a way to do a cameo, that I definitely think that will work. Now, why you said Commando and I thought of the event at the no, not Commando, as in y'all got Dingling swinging. He was in a movie in the '80s called Commando, where his daughter gets kidnapped, and Ray Dong Chong was up in it, and he had to go get her back, and it was a whole situation. That was a good movie. I like Commando. He said Kylie Minogue was paid 4 million to do a private concert for a billionaire, and she took the coin. As long as he wasn't a dictator, look, a lot of celebrities is doing it. If y'all not getting mad that Beyonce is doing it and Jennifer Lopez is doing it and all these other celebrities is doing it, I don't want to hear shit when it comes to Miss Kylie Minogue. But that's what's happening these days. It's like, you know what, that money, and I could use that money towards other things. Okay, y'all, now let's get into this mess. Let's talk about Timothée Chalamet, or whatever Doja Cat called him, because Mr. Chalamet is sticking his in his mouth in regards of all the stuff that's going on with him. And we got a ton of clips because I don't know if y'all seen it. Well, we'll get into it. So anyway, he ended up. So here's the weird part about this. So this story came out in February where he did an interview. I think it was in joint with Variety and CNN. And so he did an interview with Matthew McConaughey. I'm like, was it an actors on actors? Because that's the only time I noticed that celebrities kind of interview each other as if it was an actors on actors situation. But apparently, I don't think it was. So he sat down with greasy ass looking Matthew McConaughey and he asked him a ton of damn questions about a bunch of other things. And so now everybody's up in arms because apparently Timothée Chalamet wound up throwing shade at the opera and ballet community because he basically said in so many words, nobody cares about opera or ballet. But before I get to it, because too many people have been showing a certain clip, what I decided to do was go to the horse's mouth, and that is go over to the YouTube to pull up the video so that way we can hear the entire conversation in full. Because I like to give context over here. I don't want to sit and rage bait, even though I do have my opinions. But Timothée, you did stick your foot in your mouth over this situation. So we're gonna play this clip, and if you don't come back, well, hold on, let me adjust the playback speed. So what should I do? Let's do 1.25. And then we'll come back and talk. Please hold.
In this day of shorter attention spans and vertical 12-second spots, are we losing attention and patience for act ones? Because it's the first thing that gets cut. It's the first thing that a studio wants to get. I'm seeing act two more and more start on freaking page 12. I'm seeing 10-part series that, bam, act one's over 32 minutes into the opening episode, and you're off on the conflict right away. And I'm going, it feels abbreviated to me. Am I feeling something?
I think you are, but I think I've observed like a duo phenomena where the majority of stuff is getting pushed in that direction. I think I saw an article about a Netflix sort of production guideline, not for all movies, I don't want to speak disparagingly, but where they want their biggest action set pieces up front. The logic used to be you save your big action set piece for the end of a movie, and you save the fireworks for the end, but now they want something up front. I also think there's sort of a reverse thing going on too now. I don't want to speak for people that are younger than me, where people are desiring things that are more patient and that pull you in. I just saw another article that says Gen Z is a bigger movie-going audience than the millennial audience, you know? I feel like a fucking grandpa saying that. And, no, but point being, I think even like Frankenstein, which was like a hugely popular movie this year, I didn't think that pacing was extraordinarily fast or anything, but it pulled people in, you know? But it does take you having a wave of flag of, hey, this is a serious movie or something. And some people want to be entertained and quickly. I'm really right in the middle, Matthew, because I admire people, and I've done it myself, to go on a talk show and go, hey, we got to keep movie theaters alive. You know, we got to keep this genre alive. And another part of me feels like if people want to see it, like Barbie, like Oppenheimer, they're going to go see it and go out of their way to be loud and proud about it. And I don't want to be working in ballet or opera or, you know, things where it's like, hey, keep this thing alive, even though no one cares about this anymore. All respect to the ballet and opera people out there. I just lost 14 cents in viewership. But I just took shots for no reason.
That's not a shot. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. So...
Okay, so basically that's what it all stemmed from, that he was talking about basically how the movie industry is probably going to become obsolete because when you have the pressures of the streaming services coming in and saying that we want our action piece, our big action setup in the beginning of the film instead of letting your movie breathe, telling a story, because I was hearing Netflix was doing that. I even think that Matt Damon recently came out and said something regarding that in regards of the movie, what was it called? The Rift, where they were talking about that, they were getting notes from Netflix, was like, in the beginning, they want a big action set piece to bring people in. But I feel like if you're going to tell a story, people are going to go see it based off of how you tell the story. You shouldn't have to force people to tell a story the way you want it told. Just let people go in. But I don't understand why The Stray came from the ballet and the opera community. But here's the thing. What people don't realize is this, because I found this clip. This ain't the first time that Timothée Chalamet had a beef with the opera and the ballet, because he said this over here on Graham Norton's show. Please hold for that clip.
I love movies. I love acting. I love going to movies. I was kind of getting scared when I was younger that maybe it was becoming like opera or something, like an outdated art form or something.
So there he goes again. I don't know how old that video is, but he keeps thinking like opera and ballet is sort of like become outdated. And here's the thing. When we look at stuff like opera and ballet and those things, that is a genre that has been around long before movies. Movies is relatively 100 years old because it came out like what, the 1920s is when we started seeing the gold, like cinema actually appearing on screen or whatever the case is. Opera and ballet has been around a long time. And to me, when you look at things like opera and ballet, it is very much a specific group of people are afforded the opportunity to go see those type of genres of shows. Luckily for me, and I know a lot of people haven't been afforded this situation, but I have had the opportunity of going to see ballet, and I've gone to Lincoln Center, and I've gone to see operas and things at the Met and things of that nature. So I've been lucky in my lifetime that I've been able to go see those things. But the tickets ain't cheap. Now, also, I just think that maybe the conversation really should be drawn to. I think it was a case of right message, wrong messenger when it comes to Timothy, because the way people look at him is the fact that, oh, here's this spoiled, privileged brat that's coming around saying stuff and throwing shade at the opera and the ballet community. When I don't know if people know this, but his mother and his sister were ballet dancers. They studied ballet. He comes from a family of artists. So, on one hand, I got what he was saying because I feel like maybe he knows something that we don't because he's grown up in that world where he's seen what his mother and his sister has gone through, the overall pressures that ballet dancers have had to endure, especially when you have to keep a certain diet, the type of discipline that you have with those things, and probably realizes that yes, only that it's a very elitist genre that only a certain people are afforded to go see those things. I was just reading another article where people are outraged because the Met just did a deal, the Metropolitan Opera, not the Met Gala, but the Metropolitan Opera just did a deal where they're trying to get bailed out of some debts or whatever, and they kind of done a deal with Saudi Arabia, which is kind of like the same argument that people are talking about where it comes to um, Saudi Arabia money, where David Ellison went over to Saudi Arabia to get some of them to come in and foot the bill for them to get this deal with Warner Brothers. So now we're going on to these outside conglomerates like Saudi Arabia or whatever to help bail us out of our debts, which I know the community is pissed off about that because that's what the Metropolitan Opera is currently doing. So there may be some truth to what Timothy has said in this situation. I just think the problem is the tone, the way he presents himself as of late, and he's come across as sort of like this elitist, pompous, uppity asshole. And I think that's probably why people aren't ready to receive this from him. Because, it seemed like to me that every year, because the Oscars is kind of like this little solid whatever, whatever. But I feel like we've become this situation where every year we've got to have a villain for the Oscars. Last year it was Carla Sofia Gascon with that penis and vagina movie that she did for Netflix, but they was trying to prop her up to win an Oscar. And then there was some old stuff they found out that she said in the past on social media, and they were throwing her under the bus and saying that against her, and she couldn't even appear at a certain award shows because the past came back to haunt her. Now you're doing the same thing with Timothy, where it's like y'all were loving him for a minute. He was the golden boy. He was the guy that was to be up the upfront, the surest shoe-in to win the Oscar. And here's the funny thing where I feel like maybe there might be some I don't know if it's self-sabotage on his part. Y'all can tell me if you think it is in the comments, or it was the industry sabotaging him because of the promotion behind Marty Supreme and all that other stuff, him fucking a Jenner. That's another thing that the people in this industry don't particularly like, that the Kardashian Jenner family has infiltrated the movie space by Timothée Chalamet being dating one of the Jenners. Because they did say that there was a Rob Shutter interview of his story that I saw weeks ago that I didn't bring up because I was like, this is a nothing burger for now, but it's in the back pocket. It's in the file cabinet right up in here. And basically was saying that because of his association with Kylie, that it's affecting his chances of getting the Oscar, which is why you've seen as of late, the BAFTA, he didn't win that. I believe it was the guy that did the Tourette's movie, won the BAFTA for Best Actor, which of course that's the British award. So that's the only thing that guy got nominated for. That an American market didn't even touch that film. And then we didn't know about it until the drama that happened with the BAFTAs, which we don't need to rehash. We've rehashed it enough. And then when it came to the Awards, which I fucking hate that title, but apparently Netflix came up with that stupid name because the SAG Awards airs on Netflix. So now when it comes to the actor awards, now it's gone to Michael B. Jordan, which some people thought, oh, it's going to be between Leo and Timothée Chalamet, but Timothée Chalamet was the front runner. And then people were sitting there saying, but I was like, no, I was looking at Michael B. Jordan, but maybe it's because I'm a man of color and everybody else don't really see it for him. But him recently winning, I never saw Leonardo DiCaprio as having a chance. I thought that if it wasn't going to be Timothée Chalamet, it would actually go to Michael B. Jordan because of the smokestack twins that he portrayed those characters and the nuance behind Sinners. So I think that he does have a chance. And I know people are saying, will this affect his ability to win the Oscar? And I'm like, I don't think what he said has anything to do with that. I think it might be a plethora of other things prior to, because what people need to realize before that video went viral and started resurfacing, it was out long before the voting was open for the Oscars. The day after, I think it was the day after the voting closed for the Oscars is when this whole Timothée Chalamet commentary regarding what he said about the ballet and the opera community blew up. Also, so yeah, so I think those are many factors we need to think about is the fact that opera tickets are hella expensive. Ballet tickets are hella expensive. I wish the more people could go and see those type of programs, but the tickets are crazy. Also, let's talk about Broadway. Now, as somebody who lives in New York City and has been to many a Broadway show, and I have parents that still go to Broadway shows. Shout out to my parents. They still go to Broadway shows and all those other stuff. Because, like I said, as I've been lucky and privileged to come from a family that can afford situations such as that. And then me, of course, when I've gone with friends who are real big Broadway fans, we go down to the TKTS spot in the middle of Times Square, and you can find reasonable prices on tickets. I don't do all the online stuff. I go down to the booth in the middle of Times Square. I'm like, what kind of shows y'all got? What's the price? And we found some. And my friend and I, Joe, was a big Broadway fan. We'll find reasonably priced tickets and go see a show on a regular day or whatever the case is, and go see whatever show we want to see. So there's ways of being able to see Broadway shows, but we can't sit up here and say that Broadway tickets are not still becoming increasingly expensive. And what Timothy needs to realize is that he's lucky to be still be a part of a genre of art that people can actually still afford. Because yes, while we complain about ticket prices or uh concession prices and all that other stuff, and don't get me wrong, I have AMC A-list. So for $27 a month, I can go see as many movies as I want. So luckily for now, I'm still able to go see as many movies as I possibly could at a good price. And all I got to do is either sneak food in the theater, you ain't hear that from me, or basically use go and get concession. But even the concession is like ridiculously expensive. And I know that's how they make their money, but he should just be lucky enough to realize that you're still in a genre where you can afford to do all the things that you want to do. Now, I want to get into what the people had to say in regard, because he did say at the end, he probably shouldn't have said what he said and lost 14 cents in viewership. So now Jamie Lee Curtis, I saw the View went in on his ass too earlier. I didn't watch the clip, but the View went in on him. Jamie Lee Curtis reposted an Instagram reel from creator Zach McNally where he criticized Timothy's stance. And Jamie Lee also reposted several ballet videos, seemingly to show her support for the medium. Laura Benanti said he's going to be singing a different tune when the live arts are all that's left after AI takes over. Oh, wait, he's above singing a tune. And then we have Isabel Narney, who is an opera singer and Grammy winner, and said, honestly, I'm shocked that someone so seemingly successful could be so ineloquent and narrow-minded in his views about art while considering himself as, well, I think she meant an artist as I would only imagine one would as an actor. To take a cheap shot at fellow artists says more in this interview than anything else he could say, shows a lot about his character. You don't have to like all art, but only a weak person / art feels the need to diminish, in fact, the very arts that would inspire those who are interested in slowing down to do exactly that. And then we have Cameron and Saunders, who's a dancer known for his work in Taylor Swift's Eras Tour, basically just replied with a yikes. Then we got King Princess, who's a musician, who said boo. Then we got Eva Noblezada, who was a Broadway star, basically posted a bunch of tomatoes. And then we have the Met Opera, who basically came in with their own opinion on the matter. Hold on a second, because I hate when videos just reboot itself if I don't get to it long enough. But anyway, let's get to that situation so that way y'all could see that video if you missed it. And then we're going to come back and talk. Please hold. Okay, so there's that. And then last but certainly not least, before we get up off this, wait, let me see if there was any more comments regarding the people. Oh yeah, so Sarah Hyland put a bunch of hand applause emojis. Also, Ashley Graham and Jordan Fisher, they jumped in on the situation. And then last but certainly not least, there's a dancer and choreographer by the name of Amar Smalls who posted this video, which I think definitely drives this whole story home. So we're going to get in, we're going to play this clip, and then we're going to come back and talk. Please hold one more again.
See it like Barbie, like Oppenheimer, they're going to go see it and go out of their way to be loud and proud about it. And I don't want to be working in ballet or opera or, you know, things where it's like, hey, keep this thing alive, even though no one cares about this anymore.
People still care about ballet and opera. It's just that the tickets for ballet and opera are just mad expensive. And they are mad expensive because it's high art. So a lot of people still care about it. Tickets for the movies that Timothée is in are cheap compared to Porgy and Bess and Swan Lake. And considering it's a high art, people come in their best outfits to come and see ballet. Ain't nobody dressing up to go and see Wonka. It's equivalent to taking your girl on a date to Nobu or McDonald's. Ain't nobody putting on their best fit to go to McDonald's. Also, while we're here, let's talk about how you used Black culture and you dressed up as Soulja Boy in 2006 to promote Marty Supreme. If we really want to take shots, we could really take shots. Also, we have to realize that, bro, when AI takes over or whatever, bro, AI can't go on stage and give a beautiful performance like Swan Lake. They could definitely do Marty Supreme, though. I think in the next coming years, that perception of people not caring about ballet and opera will definitely change. Definitely change, and I'll make sure of it.
If people want to.
So yeah, I think that's all that need to be said. But I just feel like, you know what? I got what he was saying. I understand, and I feel like what he should have driven home with the article is to basically state that based off of your background of having a mother and a sister who have a background in ballet, you understand that world. That should have been the way you cleaned it up. But I just think that the problem with Timothée is that, you know, there's so many of these A-list celebrities walk around with this self-importance and this I know it all type energy and attitude, and then you have people like Matthew McConaughey sitting there agreeing because they don't know how to check you on what you said. Like, I got what you said. It's like, well, what you said was some bullshit. Now, while you made amazing points, which is all the things that I pointed out regarding the outpricing of people who want to be able to see ballet and opera and theater, you know, Broadway and those things. And that's why it seemed like the elites have more access to that than regular people. And it's becoming more apparent that the people at the top are being able to luxuriate and be able to accommodate all the different things that us regular people can't afford to do. Then that's where the conversation should have went. But I like the fact that there's a lot of people out here who are having their discourses. I'm giving my discourse on that situation. And I do feel like probably because Timothée has been kind of a little arrogant and people feel like he needs to have a not even a slice, have the entire humble pie, eat the shit in one sitting and bring him back down to earth. But this is all the things that go along with a lot of celebrities. We get it that you're being propped up as Gen Z's equivalent of Daniel Day-Lewis or Leonardo DiCaprio, but you really have to put in the work to get to that point and stop trying to tell everybody how great you are because you're trying to be the LeBron of acting. And it's like, we'll see it if you kind of just show it, don't tell it, because that's like acting 101, show don't tell. So if you got to bring it to that, and it's like you show that we see the work you're putting in, and I've heard that he's like this is the best work of his entire career in Marty Supreme. Some people said that he ain't even really acting, that he might be playing himself in that damn movie. But nevertheless, Timothy, learn how to try to just keep your foot out your damn mouth, because you just been making it bad on yourself. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Timothée Chalamet had to say? I'll poet if I know it, about the ballet. Okay. Now, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hold on, because I got a lot of windows to close. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. I said, damn, I really got to go. Like you said, Ready or Not 2. I'm in. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that. And They Will Kill You with Zazie Beetz. I'm looking forward to seeing that movie. March is going to be a great month for films. Also, isn't there, what's the other movie that's supposed to be? Oh, I want to see Project Hail Mary. I want to see that too. That's getting great reviews. That's what I said. March is going to be a great month. I just got to find a way to slip in all these movies, in the middle of me working. Hmm. Oh my God, Kylie Minogue is my favorite singer. Saw her live in Chicago last year. But yep, I worked both her shows at the Garden and had a good old time. I said, I think he killed his chances of winning any. Well, I don't know if that's true. I'm sure down the road he'll win one. Because trust and believe, there's a lot of assholes running around Hollywood with Oscars and being nominated. If y'all knew the amount of celebrities in Hollywood that are dicks in real life, what Timothée Chalamet said takes the cake compared to some other people. They said voting was done. Yeah, that's what I said. It was before the interview came out in February. Voting closed last Thursday. This whole situation went viral on Friday. So it's weird how it's making the rounds now when y'all had plenty of time to get acquainted with this interview and be outraged. But I don't know. From what I've heard from people, they said that they believe that after what happened at the BAFTAs and the Actor Awards, where he lost both Best Actor nods, that everybody was like, things is not looking good for Timothy. And I think it was before this whole situation with the Variety interview came out. There were other things that was going on behind the scenes that people just wasn't gelling right with Timothy and some of the things he's been saying in the media and the way he's been acting and all this performativeness of the way he's been promoting Marty Supreme. I just think like with him, he's just trying to make himself come across as of the people and relatable. I saw a lot of that when I was at the Garden. He was there last season during the playoffs for the Knicks. He was definitely trying to make himself very much like I'm of the people. Like, yeah, I'm this big A-list actor from New York or whatever the case is, but he's still like a regular dude. And I think that was kind of like the energy that he was putting out there. Even at one point when we had that big game last season, and he was hanging out of his car and everybody was patting him on the head and like looked like they were trying to pull him out the car and all that stuff. So Timothy's always kind of like had that vibe going about him where he wants to be like, yeah, I'm a privileged rich dude, but I'm a regular schmeggler, Not when he did Bones and All. That movie a while ago. Wasn't that when he was eating people? He said, I'm thinking Timothée Chalamet is going to tell us he's on child. Not them using the autism excuse. But you'd be surprised. There's a lot of high functioning, people with autism. He grew up a theater kid. He needs to show some respect to his grandmother, mother, and sister. Because that's why I said it's like you grew up as a theater kid. You grew up in that whole world of being exposed to that type of genre. And I feel like the next time you go around and you start doing interviews, because well, by that time, I'm like, maybe it'll pass. But I'm sure they'll probably still ask him about it when he comes out with Dune 3 later this year. I don't know if he has any other movies in between, but Dune 3, when he comes out promoting that and they ask him that question, and I feel like that's what you need to lead with. Lead with, I meant no disrespect. It just came from a place of I understand that world because of what it put people like my grandmother, my mother, and my sister through. But I think his mother and sister switched genres. Like I think his mother went on another path, and his sister got into acting and all other stuff. I wonder what this will do to probably nothing. They'll still work with him. Timothy is, regardless of how people feel, he's still a hot commodity in the industry. And same theory, do you think Michael B. Jordan's team tried to resurface this clip? Can you imagine? They was like, "Ooh, let's do some messy saboteur type ish, and let's all of a sudden let's put this out there so that we could swing our chances more towards us." That sounds a little far fetched, but crazier things have happened. Just like some people run around saying that Lisa D'Amato has something to do with what's her name? The girl that was sex trafficking and prostituting. We're getting her disqualified, even though it wasn't Lisa Ford. It was Tyra and them because they knew about old girl. Because apparently, I saw some video where they said someone had called the producers and asked them if they could find a way to get her out of being trafficked, and it was a bunch of stuff. So they knew about it. They just decided to take it upon themselves and not help her. I watched the first 20 minutes of the interview when it dropped, but got bored and exited out. I'm a fan of Timothy, but I do think he needs himself a messiah in film acting. You mean like a mentor? You would think with all the people that he knows in the industry, he would have one of those. I can already see the celebrations that will occur if he and you know what's the sad part about that too? When you're saying that you could see the celebrations that will happen, I really hope that when if well not when, but if he does lose and it goes to Michael B. Jordan, that people don't start coming with this theory of so in order to spite Timothy, y'all gave it to Michael. So it's like we won't even know whether or not this is how people truly felt with the voting, or if there was, because of the timing, the overall sabotage that went on. So it's like nobody really wins in this. It's like Michael B. Jordan definitely deserves to win the Oscar because he's been in the business since he was a kid, and he is well revered and loved amongst his peers. And so now, if he goes in and wins this award, people won't know if it's like well deserved or if it's just a way to get a lick back at Timothy, and it's unfortunate. She does have a song. Oh yeah, I forgot because Charlie XCX. I think that's a Charlie XCX track because Charlie XCX is working on the project. She's doing a movie. Anne Hathaway's doing a movie where she's playing a pop star. That's a cross between I think Charlie XCX and Lady Gaga, whatever the case is. And Charlie is working on the music. So I haven't heard it yet, but if it's what I think it does sound, I'm like it's probably very Charlie XCX with the whole sound. I need to listen to it though, but I didn't even know. So I'll check it out. I would make him sign a contract that no promotion or interviews. You are too honest. Rather promote the film without you. Well, I don't know, because Timothée Chalamet has kind of gotten to this point where he's figured out a way to bring a lot of those Gen Zers into the new age of film and getting butts in seats. So to sideline him might be a bit of a risk. Well, like I said, I want Michael B. Jordan to win. I mean, I would think that maybe if Timothy doesn't get it, it will go to Leo. Although I don't think Leo was in one battle after another enough. But then again, there have been people that have won Oscars for being in movies for less time. Dame Judi Dench, where she played the Queen for 10 minutes. So it happens. I miss the days when you were Army. Not call me by your name. Now apparently Army out here eating people. Allegedly. Kayla says how Timothy became the most hated Gen Z actor on the internet. I did see her video on that, by the way. But anyway, y'all, let's get back into the show. And let's talk about RiRis, because apparently y'all lost your damn mind. Now, apparently some lady was running around in these streets, setting off raining bullets over there at RiRis Beverly Hills mansion, just popping off. And some people was like, they didn't even know that she didn't even know if it was Rihanna's house, whatever. Yeah. So when I happened to just be scrolling online and I saw this story that came immediately, it was like 3 minutes in, and it said bullets, shots fired at RiRis house. I was like, what the hell? So I read the article and no details came out. But then, I was like, let's give it time. When I got up this morning, more information came out. And so, according to page 6, they said the woman who allegedly pow-powed at RiRis Beverly Hills mansion on Sunday afternoon has been identified as 35-year-old Ivana Ortiz, police confirmed to page 6 on Monday. Ortiz was arrested for attempted red room by the LAPD on Sunday. She's currently being held at LAPD Metropolitan Detention Center. Child, y'all wonder how much she's being set for. She ain't getting out of jail. Her bail is $10.25 million. Who the hell got that kind of money? Like, for Rihanna, y'all got this lady in jail for over 11 minutes. Well, her ass gonna stay in the jail because she ain't getting out. What she gonna do? Set up a GoFundMe? Like Tasha K over there setting up a GoFundMe to get her out of that bailout from what's her name? Cardi B? And I'm sitting there like, y'all be a fool to send this broad some damn money after she done stuck herself in this tight ass situation. Be a cold day in hell before I send either one of them a GoFundMe. But anyway, let's get into the article. So they said, as we previously reported, the suspect allegedly used the AR-15 style rifle to fire bullets at Rihanna's $14 million home where she lives with her partner, rapper A$AP Rocky, and their 3 children, RZA, who's 3, Riot Rose, who's 2, and 5-month-old Rocky Irish Mayers. Police responded to a report of the shooting at 1:21 p.m. Sunday and quickly took Ortiz into custody. The LA Times reported that police dispatch revealed approximately 10 shots were fired from a vehicle, a white Tesla, not a Tesla, child, of all cars, across the street from the residence. One bullet reportedly pierced a wall of RiRis' residence, and LAPD spokesperson told the California Post. The Tesla subsequently fled south on Coldwater Canyon Drive, per dispatch audio. A motive for the pow-powing is still unknown at this time. Well, hopefully we find out what the reason was, because this is some crazy-ish. Like, what Rihanna do to you that required y'all to be pulling up to somebody's house and just rain bullets over at their place? And they said Rihanna was in the house. So God forbid, like if she was up in there with the kids and them bullets pierced that house and hit her, or God forbid her children, whatever the case is, and we never get a new Rihanna out. Wait, let me not sound like that, because it sounds like all I care about is a new Rihanna record. Which, for the record, I would like a Rihanna album, but for y'all to go in and just go on this girl and her family for whatever reason is just crazy. How just people out here have just lost their damn mind. And I don't know if it's due to the overall stress of this administration and how they love chaos and keeping us fighting amongst each other. But I definitely hope that they get to the bottom of whatever the situation is, because it's like, what Rihanna do? Rihanna be out here minding her business, selling her Fenty beauty, and taking care of her kids. So they said Rihanna was inside, who was 38, was allegedly inside her mansion when the incident occurred, and a source told people the Disturbia singer is okay. It's unclear whether Rocky, who's 37, and the little ones were home as well. Now, page 6 can confirm that Ortiz was previously arrested in her home state of, Lord, of course she's from some damn Florida, for careless driving, domestic violence, and violating pre-trial release conditions. So the bitch is crazy. So then they said page 6 has not heard back from reps for Rihanna and Rocky. Rihanna has dealt with other scary incidents related to one of her California properties. In 2018, a 27-year-old man identified as Eduardo Leon with the meters going on my girl Rihanna. First we got this Ortiz lady, now we got a Leon. broke into her Hollywood Hills residence after hopping a fence, according to the LA County District Attorney's Office. Leon allegedly slipped inside the residence while the Grammy Award winner was away and camped out there for 12 hours before being discovered by one of her assistants. That would have freaked me out, yeah. If I'm walking up in the house and I'm going in doing regular whatever I be doing as an assistant and seeing some psychopath camping out now, child, you getting pow your damn self. Because I'm like, right to carry. He later pleaded no contest to stalking and was slapped with a 10-year stay away order. Yeah, these people out here are crazy. I don't know if this girl is a fan or whatever it is, but some of you fans, y'all need to go out. If she is a fan and doing all of this, y'all really need to get outside and touch some damn grass. And overall, I'm just glad that Rihanna's okay and she doesn't, because hearing something like this is scary. Like literally, like you just in your house, minding your business, taking care of what you do as a mother, probably dealing with your kids. You could be watching TV, cleaning dishes, feeding your kids, whatever the case is. And all of a sudden, you got a bullet flying into your house. And you're supposed to be in one of the safest neighborhoods because you in Beverly Hills and people just driving through there. I'm sorry, but this is why I'm like, as much as I would love to live in a nice little mansion, get me in a high rise any day. I would rather just have a condo. Y'all have me on the top floor. I got a doorman, and it take a whole lot to get through them people to get up to me. So, but then again, they did get John Lennon when he was living in a high rise. But then again, it was also the 80s. But that don't mean shit. I could just leave the building and y'all could just run up on me. So you never know. Just gotta be safe out here in these streets with all these damn nuts. So I say all this to say I will be definitely keeping abreast of this story as it develops, but that's all we have so far. And I'm sure like within the next 24 hours, whatever the case is, we'll have more information surrounding this story. And when I get the information, I will bring it to y'all. So in the meantime, I definitely want to hear from you all. What do you think of this story regarding this crazy bitch going around pow-powing at a celebrity house for whatever reasons remain unknown to us at this time? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. First Brittany and now Riri. Why are my faves getting in legal trouble? Yeah, I mean, that Brittany story is so front loaded. It's so heavy loaded with a lot. Because it's like, yeah, why are you getting behind the wheel when you're under the influence? And then they talk about you flying down to Mexico to get Adderall, which I know Adderall is a legal prescription. However, they said they testing it because it might have been laced with Fenty. And I'm not talking about Rihanna's Fenty. And she might be a Methodist as well. Put the first 4 letters in caps, if you know what I'm saying. I think you do. So they said that all of that is laced with up in that Adderall. And they do be lacing them drugs. And when you look at Brittany, she definitely give me like she on a meth bender. Because don't no regular person be acting like that. So we're not going to sit up here and try to act like Brittany, what she be doing, how she be looking, and her behavior is normal. Because it's not. You said, I remember Paul Abdul talking about an obsessed fan who, yeah, people are crazy. This is why I would never date someone whose gang affiliated members will do anything for a lick back. Oh, you talking about because of ASAP Rocky and his reputation? Yeah, because I remember I was watching Popcorn Planet earlier, and they were talking about it, and they kind of linked the possibility of this due to ASAP Rocky getting off from that pow-powing from what was it? One of the ASAP people that was caught up in that pow-pow situation, and he got off. And now when they said not guilty, he dove over there to hug me. I'm like, okay, can y'all not act like a bunch of N-words for 5 minutes? Like, can we just compose ourselves and just take the thing, say thank you to the judge, let's an exit stage left. We ain't got to do all the hood booger things because we happy we got off. Let's act civilized in front of these white folks. Then we can go do the N-word nonsense when we leave the courthouse. There's also that one Bjork fan who tried to send. Oh yeah, I remember hearing that story. And then Madonna had a stalker show up to her house. There's a lot of big celebrities who've dealt with a lot of this craziness. That's why they got to be heavy with the security. The woman has psychological issues. TMZ posted videos recorded by the woman that are very similar to the Bjork fan. Rihanna doesn't even bother anybody. She just loves to get now she just loves to get pregnant. The moment I heard Ortiz was from Florida, I knew she was yet another example of Florida being too loose. Too loose with their gun laws, and y'all got all them damn nutbags that live there. I'm sure the Navy is well aware of this lunatic. And that don't mean the Rihanna Navy need to get involved. Because a lot of you super fans, y'all be thinking that y'all bulletproof. And it's like, y'all gonna walk up on the wrong person. Stand down on this. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show. And let's talk about Rosanna Arquette, who basically did a recent interview, and she spoke about, being in Pulp Fiction, and also spoke about the fact that Quentin Tarantino is a little loose with his mouth in regards to having free reign over using the N-word in his movies, which for me personally has never sat right with me. And I know the fact that we got that good old tap dancer Samuel L. Jackson that's like, oh, he gets a pat. No, the fuck he don't. I don't like the fact of someone like a Zionist, especially like Quentin Tarantino, being able to use a certain word that is derogatory towards Black people freely because you want to make a point in your wordy ass movies. And I like Quentin Tarantino, but the fact of some of the stuff he's been saying as of late kind of been pissing me off. And so with all of this, that never sat right, especially watching Django Unchained and other movies where you're writing that in your movies. Nope, I don't like it. And I remember he's even had characters say it in Pulp Fiction. So he's been doing it throughout his career. So Arquette noted that the film was, as in Pulp Fiction, iconic and great, though she said she believed Tarantino has been given a hall pass when it comes to using the word in his work. It's iconic. It's a great film on a lot of levels, she said, of Pulp Fiction. But personally, I am over the use of the N-word. I hate it. I cannot stand that he, as in Tarantino, has been given a hall pass. It's not art. It's just racist and creepy. Now, the use of the N-word for the director's body of work has been scrutinized in the past. In particular, as I mentioned, we're going to talk about it now, his 2012 film Django Unchained, which stars Jamie Foxx as the titular character of Django, who was a slave, sparked debate at the time. The movie includes over 110 times where both Black and white characters use the N-word. Spike Lee spoke out against Django Unchained in 2012, telling Vibe magazine that it's disrespectful to my ancestors. That's just me. I'm not speaking on behalf of anybody else. The Malcolm X director also notably criticized Tarantino's excessive use of the N-word following the release of his 1997 film Jackie Brown. Saying, I have a definite problem with Quentin Tarantino's excessive use of the N-word, Lee said at the time, and let the record state that I never said that he cannot use the word. I've used that word in many of my films, but I think something is wrong with him. I mean, here's the thing. Spike Lee saying that he said, I've used the word many times in my film, but I think the difference is when you're using it, it's different when you're Black and you're using the word because the way we kind of present the use of the N-word is we're taking back a negative and we're turning into a positive. It's the same thing like when you heard like back in the day when Missy Elliott was like, when I wrote the song She's a Bitch, that was me taking back the word bitch, as y'all like to use it as a derogatory word towards women. And we love the song She's a Bitch. Now, which, I love the video, I love the music, I love the whole thing about that song and what it presents. When you're using a word like the N-word and this white person is something they're using it, and we know Quentin Tarantino has been accused of a lot of things in the past of being problematic and how he abuses his actors, especially when it came to Uma Thurman in the Kill Bill movies, having her do a stunt when she wasn't equipped to do it, and she ended up with an actual injury on set. I would have killed his ass once I healed. But and some of the problematic things he said in the past and stuff, especially and showing how Zionistic he is in a lot of his viewpoints. I think he currently lives in Israel with his wife. But there's been certain problematic things that he said over the years. And the fact of you as a white person, I understand that you're trying to sell a narrative with the type of stories that you're doing. But to me, it's always like, okay, now you're writing the N-word 110 times in your movie. what is the motive of this? But someone like a Spike Lee, where he's doing a movie like Do the Right Thing, and it's taking place in New York, where that word is very prominent in a lot of our vernacular, I totally understand why he, as a black man, is using the word to drive the story forward. The point of Quentin, I guess, using this was what? Because it was the slave time, and this was a word that was used, which I totally get also. But Jackie Brown didn't take place in the slave time. When you had people using the N-word in Pulp Fiction, that was current day. That was the current time. That was like the 90s. So what does that mean? So your use of the word and the fact that who gave you this hall pass? And it's like, I don't like the idea of white people using it because the connotation of what this word comes from. And I know in a perfect world, everybody be like, well, then maybe everybody need to stop using it. You don't get to say how black people should feel about a situation where word is connected and they have deep roots in. If black people want to use that word and take it back, something that has deep negative roots, and try to find a way to find empowerment in using that word, then by all means use it. But if it's a personal choice that you don't like the word on either side, black people don't like using the N-word. Like, I know there's people in my family that's, oh no, it's like people of a certain age that are black do not like using that word. I use it to drive a point every now and again, but that's not a word that's in my vernacular. But I know growing up in New York, I hear that word just flown off the tongue so effortlessly from a lot of black people. And it's not my place to tell them, don't say that word. Now, I've had to check people, and it's like, if I don't feel comfortable with that word being used or whatever, I was like, I can't, don't, please, not around me, or whatever the case is. And it is respected. So, he also responded to critics, Tarantino responded to critics backstage in the winner's room of the 2013 Golden Globes after he won the Best Screenplay award, tied to Django Unchained, and said the N-word himself. They think I should soften it, that I should lie, that I should massage. The filmmaker said, I would never do that when it comes to my characters. So he feels like if my characters have it within them to say this word, then I'm not going to water them down and dilute what I want my characters to say. But now that makes me think, is like, okay, so is this your way of trying to hide behind these characters you're creating? Because you say, oh no, if my character has it within himself, excuse me, or herself to say this word, then I'm going to use it in a film. But if black people are having a problem with you saying the word, and now in some cases white people are calling you out on it, shouldn't you honor and respect that? But I guess Quentin feels like he comes from a certain era where you don't tell him what to do. You don't tell him how to what he should say regarding the characters that he uses. And it's like, I guess that kind of, I guess some people say that comes with privilege. So this is a debate that I think will continuously go on and on, but I ask all of you this question. What do you guys think of this story? Do you think that people like Rosanna Arquette are overreacting? Well, personally, she said for herself, it's creepy, it's weird. She's not comfortable with that word. So if she's not comfortable with it, then we should honor that. But should people like Quentin Tarantino, who is not black, be given a pass to say a word that comes with a lot of pain and deep-rooted hatred towards black people from white people? So I definitely want to hear from y'all, because I know this is a multi-layered, complex story to get around, but I definitely want to hear from y'all. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so now let's move on to this topic. And let's talk about Live Nation. So apparently there's a story that came out this morning that Live Nation basically reached a settlement with the Department of Justice, which has me side-eyeing a little bit, because the problem is that the fear of monopolization, where Ticketmaster and Live Nation are kind of colluding with each other, and people feeling that they're being priced out of purchasing tickets. And what most people notice, this all happened around those Taylor Swift Eras Tour tickets, where people were trying to get tickets and the thing was crashing. It was drama, and it was just a bunch of stuff. So Live Nation has reached a tentative settlement with the U.S. Department of Justice, and anything tied to the DOJ and Trump and all those other stuff and settlements, I don't trust it, because there's too much criminality and scams going on with these people now that they're in office. In the antitrust case that has threatened to separate the company from its subsidiary, Ticketmaster, sources confirmed to Variety. CBS News reports that the deal, which is expected to be announced on later Monday, will require Live Nation to pay approximately $280 million in damages to the 39 states participating in the suit. However, a number of those states will continue their legal action against the company, including New York, California, and Colorado. Now, in a statement on Monday, New York Attorney General Letitia James said a total of 27 states, also including such heavily populated states as California, Pennsylvania, Ohio, North Carolina, Michigan, and Tennessee, will continue to pursue the case. She said her office will keep fighting this case without the federal government so that we can secure justice for all those harmed by Live Nation's monopoly. Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser also said Weiser, I think is how you say his name, it said in a statement that the state is committed to holding the company accountable for its illegal behavior, protecting consumers, and resorting competition to this market. Sources say that 10 states, apparently including Texas, Florida, and Georgia, have also agreed to the settlement. Now, at the center of the DOJ's settlement is a series of structural changes to Live Nation's business that will see the company changing its ticketing deals with venues, allowing those businesses to use multiple vendors to sell tickets to fans instead of working with Ticketmaster exclusively. Now, under terms of the proposed settlement, Live Nation would allow touring artists to use other promoters when performing in its amphitheaters. One report says the deal would also require Live Nation to divest more than 10 amphitheaters, although a rep for the company contacted by Variety disputed the report, noted that lawyers' discussions with U.S. District Judge Aaron Submaranian, that name sounds awfully familiar. Wasn't that Diddy Judge Aaron Submaranian? I tell you, it's like the same people be floating around in this thing. And that kind of makes me wonder. So now they said they're going to be able to float it around to different companies. So does that mean that, what is it called? AEG, they get to work with them? And what about like third party ticketers like SeatGeek and all those other ones? Is that what they're also going to be making deals with? As they said, however, even from the beginning of the case, experts were skeptical as to whether a breakup of Live Nation and Ticketmaster would actually lower ticket prices. For fans, which antitrust matters notwithstanding, is the matter of the center of the dispute. In the years since ticketing moved online, prices have soared as highly sophisticated bots and hackers have consistently found ways to scoop up thousands of tickets and resell them on the secondary market at vastly inflated prices, enraging fans and enriching those secondary sellers. Attempts by mainstream ticketing companies like Ticketmaster and AXS to defeat or master that system have thus far proven unsuccessful. A Justice Department official reportedly told Wall Street Journal that the deal will provide relief to consumers and others faster than going through trial. Well, hopefully they figure out this whole thing, because how do they actually lower ticket prices and prevent third-party buyers from buying up thousands of tickets and making money reselling those tickets for the fans? And the crazy part is, when they go through these third parties, and I've heard these complaints, the fact that people will buy a ticket and they got scammed and they really out here spending all this money or whatever the case is, and then they show up to the venue and the ticket is not valid. There's even one person at my job that was telling me there was some guy going around that was going from floor to floor, and they managed to catch him too, that was selling, like, reselling the same tickets to the same floor. And then when they would go over there, I was like, what are y'all, like, and you openly doing this in front of people? So they said the government filed this lawsuit in 2024 during the Biden administration. Approximately 40 states also sued the company. The cases continue into President Trump's inauguration, although top leaders of the DOJ were fired, and a settlement apparently appeared likely even as the trial moved forward last week over expectations and repeated requests from Live Nation for a settlement. Stephen Parker, executive director of the nearly 2,000-member National Independent Venue Association, which has long protested when it describes as Live Nation's market dominance, said in a statement to Variety, quote, Live Nation's reported settlement amount, which is $280 million, is the equivalent of 4 days at the 2025 venue, which means they could potentially make it back by this Friday. Now, they said the reported settlement does not appear to include any specific and explicit protections for fans, artists, or independent venues or festivals. So what the hell was the point? If you want to do a settlement, so what's the specific protections for fans, artists, and independents? So y'all paying out this money, but does it, in the end, help the consumer not get jerked around? Which, at the end, it always seems like when it comes to a lot of these things, especially in this administration, it always still feels like that the consumer, continues to get screwed in the end. Reported details also indicate that ticket resale platforms could be further empowered through new requirements for Ticketmaster to host their listings, which will likely exacerbate the price gouging potential for predatory resellers and the platforms that serve them. If these facts are true, NEVA views this as a failure of the justice system. Well, look who's running things. Because it's like, yeah, y'all filed under the Biden administration, but if those same people aren't there to handle and dot all the I's, across all the T's, and put all the protections in place, when you have people on this administration that are more or less loyalists than people who understand how to do the job, then at the end of the day, nothing gets done. So we're just paying out these things so that way you don't go to trial, but nothing has been settled. So last month, Judge Submaranian narrowed some portions of the suit, but allowed others, claims related to the market for large amphitheaters, related to Ticketmaster's role in the ticketing market, and state-level claims to proceed to trial. The judge dismissed claims related to concert promotion services and those related to the ticketing market impact on fans. Following the ruling, Live Nation's top lawyer wrote a blog post titled "It's Time to Move On" that urged the DOJ to settle the suit without the company having to sell Ticketmaster. Shortly after publishing the post and sending it to the press, it was quietly taken down from the site. The claim that, quote, the claim that Live Nation and Ticketmaster are responsible for high concert ticket prices and fees was and is false, wrote Dan Wall, EVP of Corporate and Regulatory Affairs. On the eve of trial, DOJ has no evidence of that, and its argument has become that it doesn't need to prove higher prices. We'll see. But the bigger fiction was that this case could or should result in a court order breaking up Live Nation and Ticketmaster. We've always said that was implausible and improper, and yesterday's summary judgment decision should put that false promise to rest. Well, we've pretty much stated that if it's not Ticketmaster and Live Nation jacking up the prices, it's third-party people coming in and buying up tickets in bulk and hijacking the prices. But still, how does that explain? That's the resale market. But how does that explain, like, if people going and wanting to get a ticket to see Lady Gaga in the 200s at the Garden, and those tickets are $700 a pop? How does that explain? And it's on a side view where the ticket might be, well, the view might be minimal, where it's like you don't really get a good view of the show. Which is why I tell people always get center and not the side. Because depending on what your ticket is, you might not get a good view of the show. And a lot of times that's not the venue's fault. That's the way that they're selling it. They're selling the ticket and the way that the artist has their stage design. And because I didn't like the fact that Gaga and not Olivia Rodrigo, because Olivia Rodrigo had a good setup. Sabrina Carpenter had limited view, and they were selling tickets in those sections. And it was like they couldn't even, a lot of the fans couldn't see anything. They were just listening to the track. And then they were like, and then it's like, we got to deal with the headache. It's like, it's not our fault. It says literally on the ticket. And I guess that's the protection. When you get it from Ticketmaster, it literally says limited view. If you see that, don't buy that section. So now the trial's first week, because you will be disappointed. And then if you come to the venue and you're trying to get accommodated, there's nothing that we could do, especially if the show was sold out. So the trial's first week included some inflammatory statements, but little that had not been said often in the past. In opening statements to the jury on March 3rd, DOJ lawyer David Dahlquist said that the concert industry is broken and controlled by Live Nation, while Live Nation attorney David Marriott said the government has cherry-picked evidence from a business that is more competitive than ever before. Well, I will say this, the live music scene is definitely been picking up post-COVID and all the other stuff. 2026, I've been telling y'all, I'm going to be so booked starting tomorrow. up until probably the end of the summer. But then again, once the end of the summer is done, because I just saw that Gorillas just added a date to the garden. Like they're doing the garden, Rosalia's doing the garden. We got Harry Styles doing 30 dates. Like I'm going to be hella busy. And next week, Gaga's coming back. Also, FK Twigs, and then we got Cardi B. It's like it's a lot of people out here touring. So clearly there's an audience. But if y'all really want to be selling these tickets, y'all really gonna have to bring down them prices because ticket prices is out of control. Like sometimes I think, like for me, I'm lucky that I get to work these events because I'm like, I would rather get paid to work the event than actually spend the money because some of these ticket prices is out of control. So I definitely feel y'all pain. Now, singling out the controversial 2022 pre-sale, as I brought up earlier, for Taylor Swift's Eras Tour, was sold a record 2 million tickets in a single day, but was plagued by multiple outages and disappointed fans. The DOJ said Ticketmaster's tech is held together by duct tape. Live Nation responded that the incident was caused by cyber attacks and record traffic better. The week also included testimony claiming that Live Nation CEO Michael Rapino threatened to withhold major artists if the venue switched from Ticketmaster to rival ticketer SeatGeek. Wasn't I just asking about them? The DOJ played a recording of a phone call in which Rapino told a rep for Brooklyn's Barclays Center that it would be tough to deliver concerts to the venue and that he might route them to not you throwing. And he said he might route them to nearby UBS Arena. First of all, I'm affiliated with UBS Arena. They're out in Long Island. When Barclays did elect to work with SeatGeek, we saw a dramatic decline in shows booked in that arena. Barclays rep John Abamondi said. Well, yeah, I did notice that. And I got to talk to some of my coworkers because I have coworkers that actually work at the Garden who work at Barclays Center. I gotta ask them, was there a decline in like concerts and stuff over at the Barclays Center versus like Madison Square Garden and things of that nature? But then I've been hearing like UBS Arena barely gets gigs over there either. That's what I've been hearing from people that I know that work there. Now, SeatGeek founder Jack, and I live like literally by car 10 minutes away from UBS. So like SeatGeek founder Jack Grosinger, AEG president CEO Jay Marciano, concert promoter / venue owner Seth Hurwitz, and others also testified during the week. Last month, with the trial just days away, Live Nation announced a record-setting year with a total revenue of $25.2 billion, operating income at $1.3 billion, and adjusted operating income of $2.37 billion. Overall revenue saw a 9% increase over 2024's $23.2 billion, a sizable boost that signals the touring industry's post-pandemic growth has slowed, but is still rising. Well, I know this is a lot to basically break down, and it's heavily loaded. I'll definitely keep you guys abreast of the situation as it develops, but I just hope that they work things out because I love the live entertainment industry. I love working in the live entertainment industry. I love seeing many different shows and concerts and seeing like how the fans all come there and they're so happy to see their favorite. That's all they care about. They just want to come there, have a good time, forget all their problems, see a great show, and just enjoy themselves. And the fact of the matter, you have these greedy ass people over at Live Nation doing the things that they're doing, or whatever is going on with these corporations, where it's like it's all this money, throwing around money or whatever the case is, and then in the end, the people that get screwed is always the consumers who are trying to scrounge up so much of their hard-earned money to just go see their favorite artist. And if y'all gonna be treating these people the way they all be treating them, it's like it's only gonna screw them in the end. In the end of all of this, y'all may be feeling the pain because if people not gonna come see these shows, that is going to affect y'all wallet. So I just hope that Live Nation, Ticketmaster, y'all all get it together with whatever y'all got going over there and stop trying to screw over, because we don't really know all the semantics of what y'all be doing in y'all business. It literally feels like a he said, she said type of situation. But think about the people that literally are using these apps or whatever to come buy tickets to come see their favorite artists. Just think about that. Stop thinking about the money and the greed and all that other stuff. I just wish a lot of you corporations would think that way. But clearly y'all don't. Y'all care more about the money than anything. So I say all this to say, because like I said, this is a lot. And I'll be keeping abreast of the story as it develops. But this is what they got going on in the meantime. Letitia James said they still gonna be fighting it, and you know she is a big person in New York, so I definitely feel like it definitely should be brought down in New York because we're the ones that pretty much get affected by all of that. I mean, I'm sure there's other places, but New York is like the creme de la creme, especially when you talk about places like Madison Square Garden, which is known as the world's most famous arena. There's so much reputation behind that, and we don't want to have to see ourselves affected by the live music market because AI ain't gonna be able to cover anybody coming out here and see no damn hologram of no celebrity. That should have probably only work in Vegas. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I'm not comfortable with the N word, but for Tarantino to use it 100 times in one script, even for that movie length, is excessive. He's riding on exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. That's like you're hiding behind your white privilege and you're hiding behind this. Oh, it's artistic freedom, and this is how my character is feeling. Child, you created the character. What you talking about? You creating these characters for them to be using this word. So clearly, that's something that's heavy on your heart. And you just feel like, because I'm white and I'm a male and I'm an auteur and I'm an artist and blah, 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 that I should be able to say what I want. No. And I think that's where a lot of this Trumpisms has been coming from is the fact that people don't like being held accountable for the things that they say and don't like being called out, being like, no, you cannot say certain things. You cannot use certain derogatory words. And they getting mad. Why do you want to use it so bad? Deleting what app? You said, will this be your only show this week? I'm deleting the app after your show tonight, if it is. Um, yes, this is going to be the only show, as I stated, because tomorrow through Saturday, I'm literally going to be doing, well, I have the Rangers game tomorrow. I have in the Big East the rest of the week. The only time I will be back to possibly do a show will be on Sunday. So I know I'm going to have to probably stretch some of the topics out. I'll probably have to cut up and edit and post a little by little videos throughout the week to keep the algorithming. But yeah, this is the one day I have this week that I'm going to be able to do a show. And he said, who would have thought life would be more affordable in the 2008 financial crisis? Okay. Hey, who was president in 2008? Was it Trump? Was that his first term? Wait, let me look that up. Because you know George W. Bush. I mean, but the economy was kind of rocky then too. Because you know, it's always a demo. You said I'm deleting YouTube. I feel addicted to this app, so I'm using it as an opportunity to go clean. Why don't you delete you? Well, if you delete YouTube, will your channel still be there? Child, I can't remember who was the president yesterday. Yeah, it was W. Anyway. Okay, where we going? All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show. And let's talk about Belcalis Almanzar, aka Cardi B, who we did talk about it a little bit the other day. We talked about it in passing about Ming Lee, who is Nicki Minaj half sister, recently went to Cardi's Houston concert. Which shout out to Akaria Davenport. Yeah, she said that because I was watching her episode of Scorpios. She liked that show, by the way. I don't know if y'all seen it. That's another drag viewing party. But because they really spend the time to go, you ain't got to pay $2 to go to hear what people got to say about your fave drag queen on Drag Race. You can actually watch the full video, which is like 90 minutes or whatever the case is, and they be keying. And they don't just be keying when the show come on. They'll do a whole thing before the episode airs, and then they'll go through the episode, and you get the interview. So they interview before Drag Race come on, and during, and then a little after. So Akira was on the other day with Detox, which that was a good one. I might remind me later on in the show because I'm thinking I might want to do we could do a little quick Drag Race recap of the last episode, but that's neither here nor there. Akira, the point I was getting to was Akira was at that same concert because she said on the show that she had bought a ticket for herself on her birthday to go to that Nicki Minaj concert. So in Houston. So Ming Lee went to Cardi's show, and of course, this started a whole debate online. The Barty gang, regular people, the Barbs, of course, jumped in because anything Cardi B related, they will find a reason to jump in and sink they satanic hooves into a situation just so they can have something to bitch about. So Cardi B basically went and after the fact shared her thoughts. Now Ming did good online and was like, you know what? I'm grown. I'm gonna do whatever I want. Can't we just like that? You can like Cardi and I can also like Nicki. But clearly there's some sibling rivalry going on that clearly Ming don't have no love for her sister. They're going through some things because with her going to Cardi's show, I mean, like, yeah, as a fan, I could totally understand that. But it definitely feels like, oh, because your sister pissed you off and y'all don't have the greatest relationship, I'm going to spite her ass and I'm going to go over there and go to Cardi concert. So that's the way it kind of looks. And on one hand, I do understand because, like I told y'all before, I have a sibling I do not get along with. I do not get along with my brother. He and I do not speak. And when you've done enough shit to me in my lifetime, where it's like you could sit and spin on these, and I ain't got no love for you. Whatever happens to you, oh well. I feel like that is my truth. Now I don't have hate in my heart. It's just the fact that I've cut you. When I'm done with you, that's it. And there ain't no loyalty with us if you're not going to reciprocate the same thing. If you're not giving me that loyalty and that love or whatever the case is, don't expect me to take the high road. I don't do that when they go low. We go high shit. I'm just as petty. I told you, I'm tap dancing around the 8 rings of hell. When you want to go low, I'm going to the bottom of the equator, the Earth's equator. Well, that's the only place where the equator is, but you know what I'm saying. So don't expect me to take the high damn road because that ain't me. So I totally get it. If Ming ain't feeling it, or her and Nicki ain't in the best of terms or don't get along, then I'm not showing loyalty to no broad that don't send it back. But of course, when it comes to y'all faves, y'all like to move the goalposts. So apparently Ming, who was on Zoom, Lord, why y'all keep circling, speaking of the bottom of the barrel, she was on the Zeus show, Baddies Gone Wild, was at the Houston date of Cardi's Little Miss Drama Tour on March 4th, where Stefon Diggs' mother, which we talked about, Stephanie Diggs, was also in attendance. Now, on the night of the show, Ming Lee addressed the years-long tension between her older sister and Cardi in her Instagram stories. Said, pick a side. No side who said you can't love both. Y'all just want a drama that ain't nobody but the fans gonna say. Well, I didn't know she was only 20 years old. So she's like, Nicki is like literally 22 years older than her sister. Isn't she like 42, 43? Now, clips from the concert also showed Ming Lee rapping along with the Am I the Drama artist nearly 2 years after Minaj allegedly voiced concern over the Baddies Gone Wild star publicizing their familial problems. Now, taken to Twitter's Spaces on Friday, Cardi appeared to speak briefly about Ming Lee attending her show, although she didn't mention the reality star by her name. Now, I do have the clip. And so, because when it comes to Cardi, you can't recite what she said. You got to hear from the horse's mouth. So I have the clip. We're gonna play the clip, and then we're gonna come back and talk. Please hold.
I did saw the chatter
I did saw the chatter. Yeah.
from yesterday. It was pretty loud. I don't even. You know what? I don't even know. I don't even know what to say about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know what to say about that. Like, I feel like that young lady, I feel like she needs like guidance. I feel like I don't know, she needs guidance. She's a young girl. I'm not gonna play somebody. Like, if somebody comes to see me and there's no issue, I don't want to play nobody in their face and try to be funny if they're not on that type of timing. It just doesn't get you nowhere. I feel like kindness kindness, not being petty, because I'm not even on that petty timing neither. Like, I feel like life right now is so beautiful, and I feel like being kind has taken me. I've been so kind, and I just been like thinking before I react and stuff like that, and I feel like I feel like that's paying off. I feel like
She's congratulating. I had to pause it there because I was like, congratulations, she's finally learning. How many times have I said on this show, girls, stop always being a damn Libra and just reacting and cursing people out and doing other stuff? Yeah, it's cute or whatever, but you just sitting here wasting energy, you're wasting your breath on taking that road. When you kill people with kindness, when you do, now I ain't saying that you got to let people walk all over you because sometimes you got to check a bitch, but for the most part, you don't need to let every minute little thing get to you because they know that is your Achilles heel. Oh, I can find a way to just get up under Cardi's skin because once you give people an inch, they're going to take a mile. And so the fact of the matter that she's saying that she's not going to respond to all the other stuff and then kill people with kindness, that has definitely been paying off. It's like, sis, well, she don't know me, so of course, what I'm just saying, I've been telling you, I'm just saying in a general speak. I've been saying is that that's the road you should have took. And I'm glad that she's finally come around to realizing that because the whole thing with her and Stefan, I'm glad she was just like not being like, ugh, like she did with Offset. And the thing going on with Ming, I do agree with her that the girl needs guidance. Nicki is 22 years older than her. I think than her sister. She's not going to get the stuff from her because she's busy babysitting her child and her husband. And then you got um Cardi is like 12 years older. Cardi ain't trying to deal with that. She got 4 kids that she got to worry about. She a single mother. She's worrying about her career. She ain't got the time to be a mentor to this young girl. And I definitely think that someone like a Ming definitely, she's 20 years old. She definitely needs guidance. And you damn sure ain't gonna get it from that old string bean ass Lemuel over there at the Zeus Network. That is not the place where you need to be going to get any kind of guidance from them old vultures over there at that tight ass streaming service. So I understand you want your infamy and your 15 minutes of fame and all this stuff, and trust and believe you'll get that foolishness from Zeus. But if you're looking for real guidance, you ain't getting it from them old hood boogers over there on that channel, especially Natalie and that big old chin of hers. So let's see what else Cardi had to say in this thing. Hopefully, just some more interesting stuff. If not, we can just gonna have to cut it off.
it's paying off. Like sometimes I be wanting to blow up because I be getting so mad at other shit, and I be like, you know what, just whatever, Cardi. Before you curse somebody out, just walk away, or like, like I said, like somebody come, like I'm not gonna play somebody in their face in person and stuff. And plus, I'm not gonna be beefing and doing the most with somebody that I don't know. They're 19 years old, 18 years old. I don't know. Like I'm too grown for that, and I feel like I'm too blessed for that. Like I don't want to. I don't want to play it close though. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to play it close because I don't want to be involved in none of that drama. I don't want to be involved with nothing. I don't think that girl's on drama time. I just feel like she's a young kid. You know what I'm saying? Young kids, they need guidance. They need, like, I don't know what they're looking for. Unfortunately, I can't give it because it's just too much.
So, like literally, she says, like, if that's what she's looking for, she can't give that to her because, like I was saying before, Cardi got her own issues that she got to deal with. She got her own bills that she got to be paying. She got 4 kids that she's out here raising on her own. I mean, although there was video the other day of Offset with all 6 of his damn kids. So, I guess that he's showing some kind of effort. Maybe that was just for the gram. But for the most part, it's like, yeah, she's a single mother. She out here trying to navigate and figure out, what her next thing is. She's touring. Who knows? Maybe another album's gonna come from her touring and having her be inspired or whatever the case is. So she's got her things that she got to deal with. But I definitely agree with her that I definitely think that this girl needs guidance. I don't think she showed up to Cardi's concert to start mess, to cause drama, even though the tour is called the Little Miss Drama Tour. I don't think that's what Ming was there to do. I think she was probably there to just have a good old time. And of course, because of all the things that are tied into this situation, everybody's going to sit up here and pull what they need to pull from certain things, and it's going to cause drama, and people are going to come with their speculations. But I do think that this young lady is lost, and she just needs the right people in her corner that's going to show her the light. I don't know who that's going to be, but it damn sure ain't going to be Cardi. And if you expecting Nicki to do it, child, she can't even hold her messy ass barbs accountable for shit. How's she going to steer this little girl in the right direction? So I say all this to say, What do you guys think of this story? I think it was the most mature thing that we've heard Cardi say in a minute. So she is capable. She got it in her. I like this side of Cardi. I want to start seeing more of this side. As you know, she gets older and matures. Or is this all a stunt? I choose to believe that she's really making the effort to change her ways and be a more mature person in her as she gets older, because she is approaching her mid-30s, and that's usually when you start to teeter into that epiphany era. But that's when I started to mature. I mean, I was always mature of my age, but I would do immature stuff too. But I would come to my more self-reflective, self-realization era when I was in my mid-30s. So I definitely want to hear from y'all regarding all of this. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. I found out a few weeks ago that Nicki had an unreleased feature on MIA's Tequila. I grieve the days when Nicki was. I haven't heard that song in a minute. Sidebar, whenever you get a chance on Twitter, I sent you a Slater stand getting slick in the mouth talking about Donta and Kylie, and I'm going to need you to. I know you bitches not coming over here talking about Madonna. Hold on. Now you got me going over to the Twitter and read the comments. Child, why y'all asking me for a code? Wait, did you send it? Because I don't see it. All I got is a friend of mine who did a film called Zombie with a Shotgun sent me a story. Now they're showing a picture of behind the scenes of Joe McHale and Victor Turpin, and they're showing Joel covered in blood from Scream 7. So I don't know. You may have to, because I was like, I don't know if you sent it to me, because I don't see it. Is it in the messages or is it in the? Yeah, because I don't see. Yeah, I didn't see. I don't know. Send it to me again, because I ain't see it. Then I see someone by the name of Capsule Movie Reviews is following me. All the movie fans be following me on here. Shout out to y'all. Anyway, let's see. Don't let Ming Lee get. Oh no, Lord, because if she end up on that show during my Bigo days, I knew a bar that was followed by Ming Lee and wore it like a badge of honor. We all need a guidance. I mean, shit. Trust and believe. I need a guidance when I was at. Oh, you said you sent it via DM. Oh, excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna have to check it later. I was like, why is all my stuff starting up again? It said I have my account deactivated. Oops. It said, oops. Child, what is wrong with you? You just be deactivating a lot of stuff. Wait, you said you sent it to me on Twitter? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Mm-mm-mm-mm. It said, are you social media detoxing? It must be because you be logging out of a lot of your stuff. I just be like, just get off the damn thing. That's how I would be when it comes to these social media detox situations. I just don't get on. And goes, why, yes, clearly. All right, so let's get back into the show. And let's talk about top models. So Dani Evans, who y'all know was featured in the Netflix America's Next Top Model docuseries, has broken her silence in an exclusive interview with Rolling Stone regarding what had went down post the docuseries. So we're going to go through the whole Q&A and see what she had to say on a lot of stuff. So shout out to, as I said before, Rolling Stone for this tea. So Dani Evans has learned to trust her gut instinct. It's a habit she developed since the events that took place 20 years ago on America's Next Top Model after she walked away with the grand prize, only to learn that it had come with a hefty price. Saying, quote, if something within me is a no, then I can't give my attention to it, no matter what it is, she tells Rolling Stone. That's how I built my personal ethos, end quote. Now, in 2005, Evans saw winning the hit reality TV show as a one-way ticket out of Little Rock, Arkansas. At the time, America's Next Top Model was an entertainment juggernaut. Evans said she knew the series, which had young models living under one roof and competing in high-stakes photo shoots to win a modeling contract, was made to humiliate the girls on screen, but her brother convinced her it was an opportunity to fulfill her dreams as a model in New York. And I think that's why a lot of people got into the show, is because back then when reality TV was reality TVing and it was paying good coins, a lot of people looked at it as, it's my way of getting out of poverty. It's my way of getting out of this small, janky little town that I was living in. I don't want to be sleeping on my parents' couch anymore, or I don't want to be living on that dingy ass mattress that Tyra kept wanting to put the other girl and her son on. Allegedly, that's what she told her in the unedited version. And that was the way people saw that. But then the way that the producers and things of that nature saw the show, they saw it as an opportunity to exploit a lot of these young people for ratings. So now a new Netflix docuseries, Reality Check Inside America's Next Top Model, has revisited one of the most controversial episodes on the hit show that became a breeding ground of toxic behavior that perpetuated the very stereotypes it sought to challenge during its tenure on air from 2003 until 2018. The doc includes interviews with creator, host, and supermodel Tyra Banks, alongside the people who helped propel the show's popularity, including judges, runway coach Jay Alexander, aka Miss J, creative director Jay Manuel, aka Mr. J, and photographer Nigel Barker. Often the most heartbreaking testimonies come from the models themselves, who share accounts of humiliation and trauma that took place in front of millions watching and left them unable to work in the industry due to the show's stigma. Saying, quote, a gap in the African culture is viewed and revered as royalty, says Evans, who is speaking publicly for the first time since the docuseries was released. Growing up, her mother instilled in her a sense of pride and confidence in her smile. For me to love that about myself, that's not an easy feat for a Black woman to get across to her Black daughter, but she was able to do that. Today, Evans has refused to let that time in her life define her. The model and businesswoman has since launched her own fashion line, Monroe, creating a hat line rooted in jazz culture that has been worn by Stevie Wonder, Ava DuVernay, Keke Palmer, and Sarah Jessica Parker. So she's very successful in what she's been doing. She also is set to release her memoir with the title and release date set to be announced that chronicles her life largely ignoring her time on America's Next Top Model, instead focusing on her childhood and her family, including her mother, who died in 2022. She said, it's heavy, it's messy, it's complex, it's beautiful, it's bad, it's funny, it's all the things that make up who I am, said Evans, who adds the book took her 3 years to write. She began documenting her stories after dissolving her modeling contract in 2021 after her mother's health. She said, I packed my things in storage in New York, and I'm still on this nomadic journey. I went to the jungle in Costa Rica, and that's where I really started writing the book. It's insane. It discloses all the things that people have wondered is less than about the modeling industry, and it's my life on the page. I have to say, when she said that she's on this nomadic journey, I have to say, once upon a time, I did do the whole nomad thing, and I love doing that. where it was like I was literally traveling all over different places, and I would have a job here and live there, and then I would get a job here and live there. I was very freelance in regards of my career and jumping from job to job and place to place. And I kind of like that whole vibe of, because I feel like you get so many experiences and you learn so much about yourself. So the Rolling Stone asked the question, what made you want to tell your story? And she said, there was a turning point where my mother passed away. That was the greatest heartbreak of my life. And so picking myself off the ground and realizing that I needed to move differently in life and to show up differently for myself. What lessons did her mother teach her that she uses today? She said to listen to my spirit and my soul and not do something because the crowd is telling me to do it. And then she was asked, how have you been feeling about the release of the docuseries? And it's a lot. So let's get into it. She said, first and foremost, that production and the director showed me in my truest authenticity. I gave them who I am, but no one has control over what's edited. I don't even have control over this interview, right? So I can hope that what I'm saying is going to be used in the context that I'm giving it to you. Definitely a sense of relief knowing that I was seen during the time that I was filmed. I was heard and understood in a way that I was presented on that documentary that was true to who I am. And then there was this whirlwind of what came after, because the world has its own opinions and they create their own narratives, because I gave 8 hours of my truth, but obviously only snippets and sound bites were given, and those sound bites were intentional. They were powerful. They were heard and felt. But again, people are going to always create their own narratives. So now I'm sitting with, what do I want to address? If anything, when it comes to the collective narrative that's being spoken about or construed, do I leave it where it is, then just continue to forge my path in the lane that I want to go in when it comes to my career? That's where I'm at right now. And that's another reason why I haven't given a talk interview yet, because I'm just not gonna just jump out and be like, no, that wasn't what he said. He said this. And she said, that's just not my character, my personality. I'm really just sitting with, what do I want to do now that everything is out in the open? And then they said, when you look back on what happened on America's Next Top Model, the pressure to get the dental work, to change your accent, how do you feel about it now versus how you felt about the experience when you were in it? She said, really great question. I'll start with the voice piece first, because I was actually thinking about this a few days ago. The irony of how I was constantly criticized, sorry, about how I sounded, and now that's the one thing in the world that the world wants for me. I'm super into astrology, and a lot of this for me, astrologically, has a lot to do with the way my chart is set up. A part of my life's path and journey is finding my voice and being able to speak from a place of truth and alignment without caring how anyone else feels about it. Looking back at it, I see that this was a part of my journey. Yes, for sure, it hit some triggers within me to be on national television and be mocked. It's not easy. It has nothing to do with age. I don't care how old you are. That's just hard. But I knew that I wasn't going to let that define me. And I also was wise enough at that young age to know that they have to have some sort of storyline. Then they asked her, how did you feel about the visit to the dentist? Now, she said, with the gap, in short, just disappointment. I just felt bamboozled because it wasn't something that was discussed ahead of time. I was set up, right? So apparently Tyra told production to let me know that production wants me to get my gap closed. When the episode aired, it made it seem like Mr. J told all of us in that group that we were going to the dentist. When he says to the effect of, and Danielle, you're going to get that gap closed, that is a voiceover. I've never spoken that before. That's a voiceover. He never said that to me in person. So the first time that I heard about my gap needing to be closed was after going to the dentist. Now the dentist himself did ask me if I wanted to close it, and I said no. It wasn't until the next day or maybe the following day that we had the next elimination. I walked forward and Ty was like, why did you not get your gap closed? I was like, you didn't tell me to get my gap closed. She said, yes, I did. So her and I had a back and forth in real time. And she looks off camera where production sits at Ken Mock, executive producer at ANTM. And I look at him too. And he's just almost a Kanye shrug, like, gotcha. And that's what angered me, because I was like, now this is where the game starts. It's not just the way that I sound. I knew how it was going to play on TV, which was like this defiant girl that said no and didn't want to get her gap closed. So they never even disclosed it with her. They set her up to go up there and get her gap closed. She said, I didn't say I wanted to get it closed. And then Tyra's asking, why didn't you say something? Ken didn't say a word to her. So she's going back and forth. But yes, I did. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. And now it's just back and forth. And he's shrugging like, I don't know what's going on. It's like, sir, you did know. Y'all was on some bullshit. And now you trying to start some drama where there didn't need be. And that's why I always found it funny that y'all was so busy trying to close this girl's gap. But then a couple of seasons later, you brought a white girl on and somebody you want to broaden her gap because of Lauren Hutton. Trying to act like y'all didn't know no models out here with a gap in their mouth. But you all of a sudden remembered one when you wanted that white girl to open up her teeth and have a gap. Well, that makes sense. So we saw the game that y'all was playing. So she also, and I was like, if I say no, you're going to go downstairs and tell Tyra that, and my ass is going to be sent home. I was being forced in that moment to make a decision. That's how that played out. It didn't feel good. So yeah, that's what she said to Ken. She said, I'm beyond it and I'm past it. But when I was asked about it, that's my truth. The story is not going to change because it's my truth. So I'm not speaking it from a place of anger. It's coming from a place of remembering. You can speak about a situation or things that have happened in your life from a previous timeline, or even if you do cry, it doesn't mean that you're not healed from that. You're remembering. My heart goes out to that young Danielle that went through that and had to navigate that. It doesn't mean that I'm still holding on to something that happened 20 years ago. Now, they also asked her in the doc, Tyra said she apologized, but then also defended herself as being between a rock and a hard place. What was your reaction to that? She said, a little late. I felt she had to in that moment. There was a lot that was said on that call, a lot, and it just did not make sense to me. There are times within our lives where we might do something to another person or cause harm or inflict pain or hurt someone's feelings. And in that moment, we might not understand the gravity or the weight of our actions because how they cause another person. But after so many years go by, it seemed random. It was very much, why are you doing this now? And what am I supposed to do with this information? It's like saying to somebody, I saw when you got obliterated or hit by a car. When I saw you bleeding out in the street, I drove by you and I looked at you bleeding out and I kept going. What is that person supposed to do with that information? She knows that I did not take that lightly. And then they asked her, has she reached out to at all to have a one-on-one conversation? She said, Tyra called me summer 2020 to give voice to why she had me close my gap. She told me to keep in contact with her, but I just don't desire to do that. And so then they asked her, last question, how are you feeling right now in this moment? She said, I feel great. I'm in a great place within myself. In my own life, it feels like I'm starting over, which is a great place to be. I always speak my truth from a place of reclamation and not from a place of retaliation. That's super important to me. So again, me speaking my truth is not indicative of something that I'm holding on to. I know that there's a lot of healing to speak my truth, even for the collective. I have an outpour of love that people expressing how the documentary and the things that I said on the documentary are helping them heal or has helped them reclaim parts of themselves. If my story is helping to mend something within another person, I'm going to continue to share my story. It won't be limited to ANTM. I'm so much more than that. And I have to say, shout out to you, Danielle. This is the most mature interview that I think I've read. And I like that she's in this place right now where she's come to this conclusion and is like, you know what? I'm not going to let those things define me, but I also think it's due to her upbringing, which is stated in the earlier of the beginning of the article, where she spoke to the way that her mother raised her, and to not be cut by a lot of those things. And yeah, there are things that's going to happen in life. You got to make crazy decisions, whatever the case that is. But I love the fact that she's come to this place and she's showing like she's got a good head on her shoulders. She's very mature, and I feel like I hope the rest of there's other girls from this show that have been able to get to that place and not let America's Next Top Model and the traumas of that show define them in their later years. And I also had to think about this because remember when I said on this show that I can't wait for them to do what they did with America's Next Top Model to RuPaul's Drag Race. Remember when I said that? So of course, when I was over there watching Scorpio's viewing party the other day with Detox and Akira Davenport, somebody asked that question, and Detox was like, "Oh yeah, I'll do it and I'll produce it." Because remember, I said it might be Willem, because I know Willem got her issues with the only queen to ever be disqualified from the show. You know, she got her beefs with the producers and all other stuff. And we all know that the overall root of a lot of these shows is the producers where they play these mind games and they messy. And Detox did allude to certain. It's like I love the show and what it's brought to people, but some of the games and stuff that they play on the show, particularly from the production side, is messy. So when they say blame it on the edit, a lot of times it is the edit. That's why a lot of the times with these girls, they have when they're in the confessional, they have them wear the same outfit. Because before, Detox was like, when I went in, I had a great experience doing the show because it was a completely different experience than when you watch the show and you see the way the production put the show together. It was completely different from the experience that I had going in. So a lot of times these producers, when they want to create drama and mess, they create a whole nother narrative where they want to switch things and change things up. And I think that's where, excuse me, they came with that situation. So I always said down the road, I would definitely love to see surviving RuPaul's Drag Race, because we all know that that is definitely going to be coming down the road. But I think once the show is done, I'm really looking forward to that one, because I could just imagine them putting a lot of people on blast, especially Mandy Salang shady ass. So that's one of the producers over there at Drag Race. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? On what Danny Evans had to say. I'm glad that she reclaimed who she is as a person back and is not letting the messiness and the overall traumas brought upon her from America's Next Top Model define who she is as a grown woman in 2026. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I didn't mean for you to look. As I'll find it eventually. All right, y'all. So now let's go from one problematic reality show host to another alleged reality TV problematic person. Let's talk about Rachel Zoe. So apparently Rachel Zoe did a recent interview where I think, she threw a little bit of shade towards her former assistants, including Brad Goreski. So I don't know if people remember this, but back in the day, there was a show called The Rachel Zoe Project where Brad Goreski got his start on the show as her assistant. And then he kind of went off and started his own company where I think he wanted to be he wanted to go off on his own and become a stylist. But I think because I couldn't remember, like, what was the reason why these two had a falling out? Well, apparently, Brad, when he went and left Rachel, he took some of her clients with him, including Demi Moore. And that pissed Rachel off because she's like, well, if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be able to have the situation that you have. But then you go and leave. And if you want to go off and leave and do your own thing, that's fine. But now you're taking my clients with you. Or maybe what it was is that Brad was easier to work with than Rachel. And so maybe those celebrities decided to flee and go with him. There's many valid reasons of why, but until these two speak on it, we'll just have to speculate. So the fashion designer, who's 54 and currently on The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, shaded her former assistants during a chat with Interview magazine published on Thursday, as she called her experience with some bad apples triggering. She said, triggering, I've had the best in the world who are like family, but it also goes the other way. She said, it's the hardest job to fill always. The magazine also shared Zoe's remarks in an Instagram post, which quickly, garnered the attention of Goreski, who responded in the comments. He said, triggering for the assistants as well. Dash, Taylor, Jill, Jordan, Tara, me. That's a lot of people that was assistants that apparently were triggered. Said the Jordan in question would be Jordan Johnson Chung, confirmed Goreski's claims, saying at Brad Goreski accurate. Now, reps for Zoe did not immediately respond to Page Six's request for comment. The two stylists have had bad blood, in the words of Taylor Swift, since Goreski, who was 48, who got a start in celebrity styling as one of Zoe's assistants, as I pointed out to y'all for being on the Rachel Zoe project, parted ways with Zoe to start his own career in 2010. He was given his own show, It's a Brad World, in March of 2011. That was on Bravo. I think that show may have lasted maybe 1 or 2 seasons. Now, in 2011, a source told Page Six that Zoe and Goreski were at war at Zoe's celebrity clientele, began to jump ship in favor of Goreski's new venture, one of the stars in question being Demi Moore. And they're saying Rachel is furious Brad assisted her in styling Demi. Now she feels betrayed. Well, it also could be the fact that maybe Brad was easier to work with than Rachel. Because Rachel had a certain way about her that was very off-putting and very, like, bitchy and very like there was this wall there. And while she was very much a perfectionist in regards of like the styling and all the other stuff, maybe like I said, like when you're dealing with the assistant of the main person, sometimes the assistant is the easier person you want to deal with than that other person. And maybe she had a good rapport with Brad and was like, you know what, I want to go with him. Now I know how I look, but that's what I'm thinking. That's what was the overall situation. So within a week of leaving, he started to pursue our clients, started going to all these events and doing all the things he said he had no interest in, she said at the time. So she's feeling like, yeah, when you went off to kind of start your own thing because you felt that, oh, well, now you got it in the bag and you understand how I work and how the ins and outs of the situation. Now you want to not only go off and do your own thing, but now you want to poach my clients. Now I work my ass off getting Demi Moore and all these other big A-list celebrities, A-list and B-list, to have me style them. And now you over here trying to steal my client? Like, no, go get your own. Later that year, Goreski denied Zoe's allegations against him in an interview with the Daily Beast. He said, I think it's unfortunate that she decided to take this angle that she did because it's not the truth. It's unfortunate that all the time that I spent with her and the many lengthy conversations that we had discussing my departure from working with her, that she would choose to character assassinate me on television. That's not the truth, he added, of her client stealing claims. And she knows that's not the truth. I didn't even say goodbye to a lot of her clients because I didn't want anything to be misconstrued as me soliciting anybody. The two have remained unfriendly over the years, despite Goreski's various claims that his door is always open if Zoe wants to bury the hatchet. Most recently, Zoe made her stance on the prospect clear when she revealed in January that a major reason she decided to quit styling clients was because she couldn't trust assistants. She said, I think being completely betrayed, for lack of a better term, in various ways by enough assistants and not being able to trust them with my clients and stuff to represent what I do and how I am with my clients, it just wasn't worth it anymore. So it was just like, yeah, well, I guess when, people who are your assistant, they too have dreams of getting where you are. So yeah, they're assisting you with the hopes of becoming a stylist of their own. They're learning the ropes. You're having them do all these different things as your assistant. And eventually they want to get to the point where Brad went with his career. And now you're thinking, oh, they're going to go off and steal my clients because they're aware of you. They know you. So now you over here trying to poach this person, that person, and the other person. So what do you do in those situations? It's kind of like, yeah, eventually a bird has to spread its wings and fly. You can expect me to be your assistant forever. But so do you not want me to go off and be successful and have the things? But I guess you're probably saying that, well, you can do all that, just don't poach my clients. So I don't know. It's a weird hard rock and a hard place type situation. And look, what she said was her truth regarding that. Having assistants was the certain assistants he had was triggering, and Brad, what he said is his truth, and somewhere in the middle was the truth. And I guess we'll never know because while they were throwing shots at each other, she threw the shot in the interview, he threw the shot on Instagram. We'll never know the actual situation. This is the biggest mystery as to, since we didn't even see Brad Goreski show up in last season's Canada's Drag Race. We still don't know why he wasn't there no more. That's still the biggest. There's a lot of mystery surrounding Brad Goreski. He wasn't on the last season of Canada's Drag Race. They never explained his vanishing act. Maybe he just decided to move on. We still speculating. If y'all know, let me down in the comments. But we don't know what went on with that. Just like we don't know the real falling out of him and Rachel Zoe. But I guess we're assuming is that when he went off to kind of do his own thing, she felt the way. Similar to Tyler Banks when Mr. J wanted to kind of go off and do his own thing somewhere else. She felt betrayed and she decided to give him the cold shoulder. Seems to be an ongoing theme with a lot of these women of that age because Rachel and Tyra are in the same age range. So is this like something within the women of a certain age bracket that's how y'all get when it comes to people who work with y'all, the gays betraying you, cisgender women in power? That seems to be the ongoing thing. But in the meantime, I'll definitely keep abreast of the story as it develops. Who knows? Maybe he'll end up over there at Andy Cohen and his nosy ass will ask the question. We'll bring it up on here. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are regarding Rachel Zoe, Brad Goreski, and this whole style drama, let me know in the comments down below. All right. Basically, the tweet was a Slater stan commenting, Kylie stans are just as evil as Madonna stans under an ageist tweet calling Padam Badam music for Jen. Oh, please. I was like, no, her fans are not as evil. I haven't really heard anything about. I mean, I'm sure every stan group has trolls, but I don't understand what a Slater stan has to do with throwing shade at Kylie Minogue and Madonna. Not like Slater, but girl, Slater has 10 fans compared to Kylie and Madonna stans. All right, y'all. Say I missed the mark on the situation. So apparently we got 3 more topics left because normally I do it around the 4 one, but I went and I spoke on the other topic. So we got 3 more topics left until we wrap the show. So before we get to those final 3 topics, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button and also be sure to smash that notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Also to help out the show, you can also hype it up. You could also send a super chat. You could also become a member. We have memberships, all that good stuff. So, yeah, I think I'm done promoting. Let's get back into the show. Without further ado, let's talk about Pixar. So apparently the Pixar boss over there at Pixar, Pete Docter is his name, is actually being called out because of an excuse as he gave why they removed a gay storyline from Elio, which is a movie I haven't seen because I really don't do a lot of animation like with Pixar and all this stuff. But look, when Toy Story 5 come out, I'm definitely going to go see that because that's my childhood. So released in 2025, Elio features an eponymous 11-year-old who, after attempting to make contact with aliens, is beamed up to the interplanetary, galactic, interplanetary. Remember that song from isn't that the Beastie Boys? Okay, so up to interplanetary organization, the Communiverse, and mistaken for being Earth's intergalactic ambassador. While there, he becomes friends with young aliens and has to take the reins in dealing with the interstellar crisis. Yet, according to multiple people, who worked on the Disney Pixar animation, small nods to Elio being a queer-coded character, including him using a pink bike, turning trash he collected into a pink tank top, and having photos of his male crush in his bedroom were cut from the movie. The decision first came to light in 2025 with one former Pixar artist telling The Hollywood Reporter that details alluding to Elio being queer were gradually sanded down and he became more masculine following instruction from Pixar bosses. Ain't nothing masculine coming from the head of Pixar, but okay. Elio was originally directed by gay filmmaker Adrian Molina, but in 2023, an overhaul of the film was ordered and Molina left the project. The final product, directed by Madeline Sharafian and Domi Shi, wipes away any inference that Elio is a homosexual. Now, asked about the decision to cut the suggestions that Elio would be queer from the film, Pixar's chief creative officer, Peter Docter, stated that the studio had received feedback from some parents that did not want the movie to force them into conversations they weren't ready to have with their children. Saying, quote, "We're making a movie, not hundreds of millions of dollars of therapy," he told the Wall Street Journal in an interview published on March 6th. Now, of course, with him saying that, because now you're saying that kids are going to have to be in therapy because you have to explain why Gabriel has two mommies, which that was the argument that y'all had. What was the movie where they had like the lesbian? I think it might be in the story. There was another animated movie that came out. People was up in arms because they had a gay couple in a damn animated movie. Even Snoop Dogg came out and got dragged over his comments, and then was like, had to kind of do his kumbaya moment because he's now everybody's favorite uncle. So he's got to make his money from all the different people. He don't want to hurt nobody's feelings because he's not Snoop of like, death row Snoop anymore. So of course, like I said, people came at him with those comments saying it's getting unbelievably grim for queer people again. This is what one user wrote on Twitter. While the user didn't expand on their comment, it's clear that LGBTQ plus representation in media is suffering. Numerous filmmakers, actors, and creators have implied that studios are fearful of including queer themes in Donald Trump's age of diversity, equity, and inclusion, which of course stands for DEI. Rollbacks, and according to GLAAD, more than 4 in 10 queer characters on screen between 2024 and 2025 won't be back on screens this year, saying Pixar hasn't made a great film in years. But wait, didn't the movie that came out, what was it called? Hoppers? Isn't that a Pixar movie? That was #1 at the box office. So they got a hit with that, but I do agree, Pixar has not been hitting in a while. Pixar hasn't made a great film in years, and then blaming libidinous themes for the lack of success instead of acknowledging how corporate, soulless, lazy, and juvenile the general output of Pixar's past decade of work has been sure feels convenient. This is what another Twitter user wrote. And another person said, "Look, I understand you're going to cut gay themes from the films, but I wish you wouldn't try to explain to us why. It just ends up hurting more." A third wrote, with a fourth adding, "I feel so sorry for queer kids." And what people need to realize is this. Look, I get it. If there's parents out there, because I don't want to tell people how to raise their kids, but this might be controversial to say. I get that you don't want to be like, well, damn, now I got to sit and explain to a 6-year-old why this kid has got a pink bike and is wearing a pink crop top or whatever type of gay symbolism you want to put in the thing. Say the kid is gay. He likes boys. And there's some boys like boys, some girls like girls. That's it. We're not saying that you got to explain that, okay, now he's thinking about sucking dick. Nobody said y'all had to do all of that. And I think the problem with people, when y'all equate homosexuality, you automatically think about the sex in homosexuality. And it's not always rooted in sex. Sometimes it's also when you're that kid, you got a crush on a boy and that's it. It's not always that we want to, like a 6-year-old want to fuck, because the same ones that sit there talking about they don't like children having to explain to kids about sex, y'all move the goalposts when it comes to this current administration, them Epstein files, and the whole situation revolved around children being sexually abused by rich elite oligarch types that was all up in there. So we're gonna move the goalposts for that, but because of a cartoon, y'all have a problem explaining it to your kids. Make it make sense. So I call bullshit on it. And my thing is this: even when the kid is old enough, so he's 12, so he's 13, so he's 14, you're still uncomfortable wanting to explain to your kid about homosexuality. So they're never gonna learn. They're gonna have to learn when they're out in amongst their friends or seeing a gay person in their class or in like wherever, and that's how they learn. Because I had came up at a time where I learned about certain things, but then when it came to other things, though you too young to be learning that type of stuff or whatever the case was, and then I had to learn from my friends or being exposed to different things out in the street. So when you think you shielding your kids from things in your house, they're learning it from somewhere else. So but I also think that there are kids out there that are gay that want to see themselves represented in an animated film. If you don't want your child to see a queer character in an animated film, don't take your kid to see that film. But why do the kids who want to see that reputation I mean, that reputation, want to see that representation have to suffer because you don't want to see it. You are not the representation of the entire community. If you don't want to see, just like there's certain movies out there that I don't particularly relate to, that I don't particularly care for. And if that's not a character that I want to see in a film, I'm not going to spend my money to go see that movie. It's that simple. So we have something called choice. And I feel like a lot of people want to make choices, but they want to make choices for other people if they don't want to see it as well. If they don't want to see it, they don't want you to see it. And it's like, but if you don't want to see it, don't go see it. But you don't have a right to tell someone not to see something that they want to see. And everybody has a right to be represented in cinema, in music, or whatever kind of art that's put out there. So it would be cool if they had queer characters in an animated film. It would have been nice to see Elio have that moment of himself where he saves the world, but he also happens to be a gay kid. That little gay boy that was sitting there probably was like, I can relate to that, and I want to be that kid when I grow up, and all the different things that those movies teach you about having a good character or sharing and doing all the good things that you learn from like Sesame Street. Like Sesame Street teaches you all the things and learning about diverse group of characters. That's what we learned that growing up in Sesame Street. But now all of a sudden everybody got a problem with it. It's like, what the fuck is going on in this world? So on one hand, I understand it, but you bigots, y'all are not the end all be all of the existence of the world. And I think that's the problem with a lot of these companies. Y'all worry about the 10 people that are gonna lash at you and start backlash versus the other people that actually want to see that representation. So what about those people? They just get thrown to the side because you weren't about somebody with a picket sign. Oh, y'all trying to shove homosexuality down our throat. You can't force somebody to be gay. But people have their ignorance and their bigotry. So they also said that others pointed out what they deem to be Doctor's hypocritical stance. The Pixar boss is best known for writing and directing one of the studio's best-loved films of the century, 2015's Inside Out. I had no idea he wrote and directed that. The coming-of-age movie focuses on inner emotions of Riley, a young girl who struggles with her emotions as her family relocates. The plot is based loosely on Doctor's daughter and how her personality changed as she grew older. They said the guy who directed Inside Out suddenly develops an aversion to the therapizing in kids' movies. All right, man. One person wrote on social media. Another added, extremely embarrassing coming from a guy who made a whole movie about the inner workings of a kid's head. Oh, y'all going in on him. Doctor's comment marks another chapter in Disney and Pixar's long-running aversion to including Levitical Plus content in its animated movies and series. In late 2024, it was revealed that a trans character's gender identity had been entirely erased from Disney's softball series Win or Lose, while films including Inside Out 2 have reportedly seen Levitical Plus themes being stripped or toned down. In 2022, a letter from a group of Levitical Plus Pixar employees claimed that nearly every moment of overtly gay affection in Pixar films is cut at Disney's behest. And so I know you always want to say, well, Disney's conservative and kids and all this other stuff. It's like, but there are gay kids that exist. There are kids that are born gay. And I think that once you realize that, and I don't give a fuck if people feel like it is or isn't normal. Being gay is a normal thing. It is a part of being a mammal. Animals are gay and humans are gay. We're mammals. So therefore that gene does exist. And so kids want to see themselves represented in that way. It's not pushing a lifestyle, as y'all like to call it, on people. Because last time I checked, I'm not a fashion object. It's not a lifestyle. It's a part of my life. And it's a part of a lot of kids' lives. And all they want to do is see themselves represented in picture, be it an animated film or a live action film or whatever you want to call it. So hopefully we'll find some people that are willing to be mature enough to create content for all people different genres of people to enjoy. But until that day comes, I don't know what's going to happen. But don't rely on Pixar to actually be the people to push the boundary of showing any kind of damn diversity. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Mr. Doctor? What's his name? Peter. Yeah, Peter Doctor, who was out here saying that, gave that little half-ass eye-rolling excuse as to why, and even admitting it, that why the queerness of Elio was removed from that movie. and the movie still flopped. So y'all took the gay stuff out, and the movie still bombed at the box office. So look, the good thing about all this was it wasn't the gays' fault as to why nobody went to see that damn movie when it came out. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, I hate when things don't want to close. Now we're living in an era because parents are lazy to put filters on the devices. States are doing ID laws. And what people need to realize is that when y'all slowly start talking about that, okay, we want representation, but them people over there don't want it, they start to slip things in. Because like there was this thing that was coming out about laws coming out about trans people, like all these laws that's coming out, going anti-trans or anti-LGBT or whatever the case is, and they're slipping in there anti-black laws. So prohibiting blacks from doing certain things. Because I've been reading up on a lot of those articles. It's like, yeah, when y'all go over there and say, oh, we don't want y'all coming at us, but go after them. When they done with them, they coming after you too. And they slipping in those laws again on black people too. So don't think y'all are gonna be exempt from this regime, because it's not even an administration, it's a regime of denying you certain privileges and things of that nature. Where it's like you can't even change the gender on your ID. Meaning that if you identify as a woman, but you were born male, they want you to continue to keep that sign male at birth gender thing marker on your identification. You can't change it in certain states. So that's what they've been pushing for. And when they do that, they're going after certain things of slipping things regarding black folks in those stories. And when y'all don't read the fine print because y'all look at, oh yeah, they coming in. I don't agree with a lot of what Trump says, but I agree with the whole anti-trans rhetoric. When y'all start to open up that can of worms, you have to realize you will be next. You are not exempt from certain people coming after you based on your race, creed, color, sexual orientation, gender, whatever you want to call it. You're all lumped in. So once you start picking and choosing, expect hetero execs to care about queer representation is literally insane. Where are the queer directors and producers? That is true too. Instead of y'all going along to get along, where the queer people that's going to speak out and really push for representation? That's why I have to say, when I watched that Outlaws interview with T.S. Madison and Billy Porter, where he was like, yeah, I like all the perks that I got being on the A list and flying, and basically, getting dropped off on the tarmac and flying first class and being able to do all the things that the A-list elites get to do. But I'm not going to forego all of that. I mean, I'm not going to go and just ignore what's going on in the world because I'm afraid that you're going to take those opportunities away. Because I almost died. And that's the way he was looking at it. It's like, well, it literally is like you have to have a near-death experience or it has to get that bad for people to have a wake-up call. It's like, you know what? I damn near was dead for 3 days. They had to cut my legs open so that way I could save my leg and it wouldn't, clot up and then would have to get amputated. And I've had all these things that I was dealing with. Y'all can't say ish to me that makes me want to just be like, I don't want to give up all the luxuries. For what? It's all material shit. And you could lose all that in a millisecond. So people get caught up in the wrong stuff. And I do agree that it's like, where are the queer directors and producers? Where are those queer directors and those people in power that should be pushing to give that representation? And if Pixar is not going to give us the opportunities, we got to create those opportunities and be the voice for those kids out there instead of waiting for a damn handout. All right, so now let's get into this story because this is a little bit heavy on this one. Let's talk about Heated Rivalry. So, with the success of Heated Rivalry, it was only a matter of time before the negative side of things start to bubble to the forefront. And that being the fact that apparently there's a rise of queer coded hate crimes in the sports world. Well, in hockey, in high school hockey, I should say. So shout out to Out for this story because it said a Boston advocacy group is calling for intervention after the reported surge of anti-LGBTQ harassment in local high school sports, particularly hockey teams, potentially triggered by the growing visibility of the popular TV series Heated Rivalry. And them biggest is probably watching, Elio and Shane fornicate, and they probably be thinking nasty thoughts and want to react to it by being violent towards athletes. So the overwhelming popularity of Heated Rivalry may have given one hockey player the strength to come out, but in Boston high schools, of course, it's Boston, which is full of homophobes and racists and all that other stuff. Ask Mark Wahlberg. And he said, but in Boston high schools, backlash to the show about closeted hockey players falling in love is being blamed for player and coaches bullying LGBTQ plus athletes. And there's nothing worse than the coaches jumping in on this. As Heated Rivalry grows in popularity and it fuels conversation about hockey culture and what happens on and off the ice, we are increasingly concerned about the backlash we are now seeing in school-affiliated hockey environments across the Commonwealth, a March 3rd open letter from the lawyers of Civil Rights Boston states. The letter urged Massachusetts Attorney General Andrea Campbell and the State Department of Elementary and Secondary Education to immediately address the heinous incidents of LGBTQ plus hate experienced by athletes in school-affiliated hockey programs. We have saying, quote, we have observed a noticeable spike, particularly in sports, of bullying and harassment within school-affiliated hockey programs, especially conduct that targeted students who are gay or perceived to be gay. LCR said they have received an alarming number of complaints in the past 2 weeks that involve homophobic slurs, locker room intimidation, team-based hazing, and harassment, which the group connects back to Heated Rivalry, a steamy show about rival NHL players who spend years sneaking around having sexual trysts while hiding their sexuality for fear of homophobia. Which should be the conversation that we're all having here is the fact that it's about the homophobic aspect, like it's multi-layered. It's about, first of all, seeing that it's possible because so many people get caught up believing that gays are this feminine stereotype, that all they do is drag, that all they do is hair and makeup and like to wear girl clothes and all this other stuff. But no, there are guys out there who love sports, who partake in sports, who do all the masculine presenting things, but just so happen in their personal life are attracted to men. And so when you have a situation like this going around where this show is trying to shed light on that and debunk a lot of those stereotypes, we still have a long way to go because we still have people within this genre that are perpetuating this homophobia where you're bullying people who I guess are openly queer but are playing these sports, and people who they just look at and assume they're gay, even if they may or may not be gay. So they also wanted to say, we are concerned that the rise is a backlash of the growing visibility and popularity of the television series Heated Rivalry and the resulting attention, commentary, and social media discourse it had generated around gay hockey players. The letter continues. The anti-LGBTQ plus bullying students across Massachusetts are facing isn't just coming from their peers, but from the adult coaching staff as well, who LCR claims are curtailing their ability to participate in sports because of their identity. And there's nothing worse when you have these bigoted ass people who are the holding the keys to the kingdom, that are the coaches that are encouraging their students to do this bullying. You would think grown ass people would know better, but no, they encourage it. And I think that's been throughout sports for a long time, even before Heated Rivalry even existed. I think the reality is Heated Rivalry, because of the show, what I think it's doing, and I don't know if people are looking at it this way, I think they're shedding a light on the actual what has been going on for a long time in sports, that there's been a lot of bullying from coaches, from a lot of the students, and a lot of that deeply rooted homophobia. So I like the fact that, you know what, this show is basically shedding a light on it. So LCR has received reports of students who are being intentionally benched during games, denied meaningful playing time without legitimate athletic justification and otherwise isolated from team events and bonding activities. According to the reports from students, the letter claims coaches are also using crass and homophobic language when addressing minor athletes, making statements that explicitly police gender expression and use graphic sexualized image, including telling a student not to play like they are gay and references to playing defense like they had a dick in their ass. Now, if you're saying shit like this, how do you still have a job? And what would you know about having a dick in your ass? Doth we protest too much? Now, the letter also claims that the school district and Massachusetts Interscholastic Athletic Association are unwilling to adequately intervene when discriminatory incidents arise during MIAA events. And the worst part is like when you have certain associations that are allowing this to happen. So you go above their head and you see where you take it. Heated Rivalry is opening up important community conversations, especially about LGBTQ plus people in sports, and public discourse shouldn't be chilled by bullying, harassment, and intimidation, LCR Executive Director Ivan Espinosa Madrigal told 12 News. These aren't isolated anti-LGBTQ plus bullying incidents, but are happening at multiple schools across the Commonwealth. They also said an uptick in bullying incidents in high school hockey occurring independently across multiple public schools within a short period of time suggests a systemic issue that warrants civil rights attention, Espinosa Madrigal added. LCR urged the Attorney General's office to take immediate steps to combat identity-based bullying, harassment, and exclusion in school sport, and to make sure the MIAA does not abdicate its responsibility to investigate, remedy, and prevent identity-based harassment in school sports. Campbell addressed that. Campbell addressed the claims in the letter in a statement to 12 News, which outlined what her office is already doing to combat discrimination, saying, quote, homophobia and hate of any kind has no place in our locker rooms, ice rinks, or playing fields, and I am committed to ensuring that all young people feel safe and supported in their classrooms and on their sports teams, she said. My office leads a statewide initiative on addressing hate in schools and sports and takes all reports of bullying, harassment, and discrimination very seriously. And yeah, so no kid should have to endure being harassed and talk about don't play like you gotta, don't do defense like you got a dick up your, like you just say all kinds of crazy. First of all, what you think is so much about what you think homosexuals do in a bedroom, gotta got me side on you a little bit. Like, okay, Lindsey Graham, are you mad because them other people up there is feeling able to live their life to the fullest, and you just out here being a hater? So, it's sad that these kids have to endure this, that it's like all they want to do is play their sports or whatever the case is, and you have to deal with ignorant asses like students or people in higher up positions like coaches who are basically making these kids' lives a living hell. And they don't understand how to articulate a lot of what's going on with the bullying and how to navigate this sort of thing because their frontal lobe hasn't developed. They haven't matured at that point yet because they're young. So if the coaches aren't going to do are going to mature and do their job, and the higher people above that is not going to do their job, then take it further. Take it to the Supreme Court of Boston and see what they say. Because I'm sure don't every state have their own little Supreme Court? Is that just like a certain thing? Because I know there's certain people that have their little Supreme Court type situation. Just take it to whoever the highest up is in that situation, and hopefully it works out for these kids. Because no one should have to endure any kind of bullying in school, especially when all you want to do is play your favorite sport. So I say that, and you got way more potential than the other damn kids that's not getting bullied. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? I mean, I never wanted to think in this place that, that side we would have to endure, but it was only a matter of time because I kind of felt like, yeah, with the success of Heated Rivalry, and everybody wants to sit and talk about how amazing this show is and how it's progressing, like how far we've come progressively in these situations. You do have these issues still of ignorance and bullying and people who don't want to see it for you. So we still got a long way to go with I won't say acceptance, but just respecting people for who they are So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Luca had great gay undertone. Yeah, I did hear about that movie. Conan was good on SNL. Yes, he was, especially that scene when he was humping the floor. He said Johnny Weir can attest to this. There are many closeted athletes who take their anger out of the closet homosexuals. Small town. Yeah, exactly. There's definitely a lot of that. I think a lot of it is these boys are sexually repressed. They can't be their authentic selves. So they take it out on the closeted athletes, take it out on the ones who are just comfortable in who they are, comfortable in their skin. Him and Adam Rapon because they're both flamboyant. Gus didn't have as many problems. Yeah, because Gus Kenworthy definitely doesn't give off that he's gay. When you look at him, it's like, oh, he's a hot guy. You wouldn't expect him to be dating a dude. But isn't less bullying a good thing? It would have been nice for me if I hadn't been. Who said it wasn't a good thing? I was like, we need less bullying. If I hadn't been bullied like I was when I was in high school. Say they're still a kid, it's because they haven't adjusted to life as an adult. They rather adult. I don't want to live in regret, but I will always regret not trying out for cheer in middle and high school when I knew I could have made. And the funny thing is, there was look when during the college games, and I'm sure I'll see it this week during the Big East. St. John's has male cheerleaders. They be up in there dancing with the girls. All right, y'all. So now let's get into our final topic. And let's talk about Anna Camp. So Anna Camp, for those of you who probably weren't aware, has come out as bisexual. She likes the booze and the boys and the girls and, an IRL. And now she's speaking out about it because I think she said it's been a year since she's been out of the closet as sexually fluid. Because she confirmed she's been in a relationship with her girlfriend, Jade Whipkey, as you can see on the right. Now, she said, as a 43-year-old woman, I'm very proud of myself for owning my sexuality at this age. The Scream 7 actress shared on an upcoming episode of I've Never Said This Before with Tommy DiDario. I am a very strong person for doing it in somewhat of a spotlight with people critiquing and judging and making assumptions. I'm really proud to be bisexual. Now, can't further open up about navigating a major evolution in my 40s and not being afraid of it. She said, there are times where I feel like I'm taking a risk and this is scary and I'm doing it in a public forum. But to say no, I only got one life and I want to be happy, that's what life is all about. Campbell was previously married to actor Michael Mosley from 2010 to 2013 and fellow Pitch Perfect alum. Oh, I forgot she was with Skylar Astin, who he's been popping up at a lot of events at the Garden as of late. Because I've been seeing him quite a few times, and every time they show him on that screen, because people still love Pitch Perfect, the girls go crazy. So she was with him from 2016 to 2019. So she was married twice. I never knew that. But they said, but Camp then went red carpet official at last year's Bride Hard premiere with girlfriend Jade Whipkey, an actress and on-set stylist. She said, "You think you've got this idea of who you are, and that's not how your life is going to go." Can't reflect on. I've never said this before, and that's happened to me several times in my life where I thought that I knew what was happening, and I could have stopped in wait, and I could have stopped in that way. I could have settled. I could have said, no, I'm done evolving. Now, Cam previously spoke about how supportive her Pitch Perfect and Bride Hard co-star Rebel Wilson was for. Well, Rebel Wilson's a lesbian, isn't she? So, of course, she'd be supportive. No shade, but I'm just saying. She said there is such a strong community that I've now just recently been discovering, and I feel just so welcome. I've been going through my own transformational time in my life, and I've just been so lucky to have friends who I can ask questions to. And I like the fact that, you know what, I've always liked Anna Camp and stuff. I like her, even though I hated that third act of Scream 7, I like her as the Ghostface in Scream 7. But nevertheless, I'm glad that, you know what, as you get older, you continue to evolve, you continue to explore parts of yourself that you didn't know that you have within you. Same thing like with Niecy Nash. You know how long it took Niecy Nash? She was dating men and married men and doing men over the. And don't think that this is a thing of, oh, she couldn't hack it with a man, so now all of a sudden she's gonna go with a woman because a woman's gonna be able to do for her what she couldn't get from a man. That has nothing to do with it. And I think that's where a lot of that attitude comes from. With like, oh, well, she couldn't hack it with a man. That's the same thing y'all be saying about the gays. What a man is like dating women, now he's dating dudes. I don't think that's what that is. I just think that people are just willing to be more open-minded and discover parts of themselves that they may have suppressed or didn't want to explore for a long time. And she seems to be in a happy place. And I'm glad that Anna has discovered that, you know what, she found love with someone who just so happens to be the same gender as her. So good on her. I think we need more people to like we were saying before. We need more people to speak out on bisexuality. We just did a whole thing the other day where we was talking about bisexuals and all this other stuff, and Pedro Pascal allegedly, you know, people got pegging him as gay because he was seen spotted out with this dude. And it's like, what makes you think he's just into men? He probably likes women and guys. And he has said in past interviews his crushes were, he named a female and a male crush. So I think he might be attracted to both, and bisexuals exist. So we got to stop with the bi erasure. And congratulations to her. I'm glad she's happy and she's living her best life. And the great thing about I think all of this is that she has friends who um are in same-sex relationships, and if this is relatively new waters that she's exploring because she's been with this girlfriend for a year, that if she has any questions, she can hit up Rebel Wilson and anybody else that she feels comfortable opening up to and having these conversations with them on whatever kind of conversation she wants to have. So shout out to you, Anna. I'm glad you're happy. And if you happy, we happy. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Anna Camp? Basically talking about like how proud she is of herself because she's come to a point in her life where she's accepting parts of herself that she didn't think there were parts to explore. And that's why I said as humans, we're always evolving. You shouldn't just cut yourself off and shut yourself down. I'm not saying that just in order to find love, you need to run over there and get your box eaten if that's not something you're interested in. But just open yourself up to exploring different avenues, whether it's a relationship, a career change, whatever it is. Because as humans, we should always just continue to evolve and not just become stagnant. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hmm. We did too. So it was I got bullied for destroying a few football players' dreams, like a damaged tendon in their arm and such. They left me the fuck alone. So sometimes laying the smack down back. But sometimes, you know, you do gotta, I always say walk away, but then sometimes you gotta be the bitch ass and they'll leave you alone. They're like, okay, we're leaving you. I did like the Ghostface were middle-aged people. It's the third act, but like people said, they have a hard time topping Scream's reveal. Kevin understands his world, but not Gary or that team. And y'all got to come up with better motives behind those reveals. They said, I did hear the chase scene deleted over budgets were with Gail and Robbie. Oh, so they had a chase scene with Gail and Robbie. What, let me guess. Did that scene take place inside the news station when Sydney left? Like one of the Ghostface went after, you know, Gail and them in there, and he said that like someone, if it needed 10 million to happen, then give them the money because it shows plot holes happen because they don't. Yeah, because I was sitting there saying like that whole sequence where Sydney's running, it didn't make any sense. See you on Sunday after my YouTube detox. Have the budget, but they would explain why Gail and Sydney separate. Yeah, because I'm like the whole stuff that felt weird that she was gone for a long time. But oh yeah, we're supposed to talk about Drag Race. So that last episode, I kind of felt like nobody was going home in that whole thing. Everybody did well with the look, but I do feel if they were going to do an elimination, it should have been Discord because Discord used pins in her outfit, and that was against the rules. That wasn't in the situation. She put the pins in there to, I guess she said to give it a look and hold the outfit together. But yeah, for that she should have went home. I know everybody was surprised by Kenya Please's outfit, but Kenya actually, I believe she knew how to sew. It's just that when she did it the last few times, she didn't grab any fabric. So when we finally saw it, I was like, did somebody actually help you with that? Was there some rigor mortis going on, or some buffoonery and some shenanigans? But apparently, I guess she showed you so. And all the girls I thought did a phenomenal job. I didn't particularly like Mikey Meek's outfit. I did like Nene's outfit. The color contrast, definitely loved her look. I definitely thought Jane Don't did a phenomenal job, which is why she won the lip sync and she won the challenge. And I know some people's feeling like that Kenya should have won the lip sync because she knew all the words. And I said, really? Because I was paying attention to that. I was doing one of these cold-hearted snake things when he points at my like, she got the words, she know what she's doing. For the most part, it looked like she did it, but she was doing too much with that performance. I don't know. Just for some reason, I just liked the way Jane's approach was to the lip sync versus Kenya's. But I'm glad Kenya's still there. I didn't realize that Kenya was getting, from what I was hearing, Kenya's getting a lot of hate online, which I don't understand. Kenya is good TV. She's entertaining. I like her little one-liners and some of the sassy stuff that she says. So I'm enjoying seeing Kenya on the show. But I do agree, this season is kind of crunchy. Like, it's not giving. So it's up for anybody to see. And I think what I like about it is that it's unpredictable. Like, it's hard to know who's gonna win. Will it be Mikey? Will it be not Kenya? Will it be Nene Coco? Will it be Jane? Like, I know that I can see them in the top 3, but my money is on Nene though. I mean, I would love Jane Don't to win, and she might win. They might pull a big upset, but why? Jane has definitely been given. She's been real consistent. She's been a solid girl this season. I like Nene though, because I bet that when they look at Nene could definitely is the perfect specimen to kind of carry the torch of the show and not overshadow RuPaul. But is it me? But does it also feel like RuPaul has checked out of the show? She don't seem like she's as engaged. I know you be doing so many other shows, but you don't seem as engaged. Also, how is it that? And I'm glad somebody else said this too, but I was like, I've been saying this for a minute. Is it me, or is that RuPaul's that Michelle's team, glam team, have outglammed Ru? Meaning that whoever is doing Michelle's hair, makeup, and wardrobe is definitely upstaging RuPaul. Because RuPaul with them George Washington shake and go wigs that she be wearing and them questionable gowns, I'm like, great gowns, beautiful gowns, in the words of Aretha Franklin. May she rest in peace. And them wigs literally look like something out of 1492. Like, send them shits back. I don't know what's going on over there with Raven, or whoever's doing her wardrobe and her. Well, I know Raven do the makeup, but who's doing the wigs? The wigs need to be burned at the stake, and them dresses. She needs a whole. Y'all need a new wardrobe budget, because them outfits just be. They are chopped for the most part. Honestly, ready for this season to end. Yeah, I agree. And All Stars 11. So one of my friends is actually moving back from Thailand. Long story. But he's coming back, I believe, in May. And he said he's coming back around the time because that's when All Stars 11 is supposed to start. And he wants to be back in the States before all of that goes on. So I'm looking forward to All Stars 11 because I agree. I'm not really feeling the season. And when is the season going to be over? Probably at the end of March, right? So at least we got a good month and a half before, month or two, I would say, before All Stars comes on. Because I definitely need a break. And if I need a fix of Drag Race, I'll just watch the old episodes, which I've been doing. I've been in a All Stars bag as of late, so I've just been watching a lot of the All Star seasons. I'm currently on the season that Shea Coulee's gonna win. It would explain how Anna Marco would meet up before Sydney found Tatum. Oh. Well, yeah, that was a plot hole. They should have put that in there. My money's on Nene to win. Don't spoil the top. Well, I don't know. That's why I was throwing it in there, like who I would like to see in the top 4. They said I don't think Jane has the fan support to win. Has it ever been about the fan support though? Because did people expect Anya Nerve to win last season? Did people expect Miss Banana Girl to win? I thought it was going to go to Saphira. He said, I don't think Jane has the fan support to win. Mikey is not winner energy, and Juicy is definitely not winning. I've heard that Juicy probably goes at a certain point. I'm hoping that, no shade, I just don't see Juicy in the top 4. And this coming episode, it's a comedy episode. That reading challenge, that was bad. So she can't do a reading challenge, and Juicy always struggles to write stuff. I can't see her doing a roast and being successful at it. So she might go in the next episode. And look, I need y'all, if y'all gonna do the reading challenge, I need y'all to really like stop being scared to read the girls, because that is a thing that is known within our community. When you read somebody, it is a term of endearment. It's not a negative thing, it's not mean spirited, it's not all that stuff. So we gotta stop being afraid to read people down when it comes to these situations. If you're gonna like, that reading challenge is god awful. It's like y'all scared to do the roast and the gags. That's why I love the old episodes in the beginning, because the girls didn't care if y'all got mad online. Um, I said Marco would appear as he took Gail's and Sydney's keys. Yeah, there was a lot of stuff in there that didn't make no sense. Marco got the code because of Jessica, because how else would it explain Ghostface knowing the code? How would Jessica even know? That's what I'm trying to understand. I'm kind of hoping Kenya makes it to the top 4 so the bigots can be mad. Darlene seems to be struggling in next week's Rose. Discord will probably go home next week. Then either Juicy or Kenya. Yeah, I don't see Discord lasting long, because I thought it was shady how they went in on her. But it said, who needs to go home? Y'all knew it was coming. It said, who needs to go home and why? And the fact that they all did the cop out with Discord, I thought it was bullshit. Because Juicy being the bottom, how many times? I would have said her. But everybody, she's like friends. She's like friendly with everybody. So because of politics, they're not gonna say her name. It's easy to go in and pick on Discord. I just muted my volume again when you said I heard that. Well, I didn't even finish it because I was like, I didn't hear necessarily. I don't remember what place that she goes home, but I was just gonna say, like, I don't see her in the top 4. I actually would like to see Darlene make it all the way to the top. I mean, Darlene's kind of been coasting. She's been safe the whole show, but I don't know, I like Darlene. You said that was the worst reading challenge again. I'm like, Child Quiet as Kept every season is the worst season because these girls are scared to read. Mistress posted a video of her. What? You said, oh, tongue wrestling? Ew. Oh, because of the whole the thing with Discord is saying that her tongue was dry. So she decided to do a play on that. Well, I saw that they did a pit stop. So the last time I saw Jujubee was at Drag the Musical with the show that Alaska was doing. And I did watch I did watch Alaska and Willem's interview with Lady Bunny, which I thought was pretty funny. And I know some people were saying like, oh, like it was getting a little whatever with Bunny and the politics talk. But I'm like, that's always been Lady Bunny. Lady Bunny has always taught politics. If you ever go on her social media, she's always talking about politics on there. So that's not brand new. But yeah, I haven't seen the Bianca and Jujubee thing because I haven't really been feeling. I ain't gonna hold you. As much as I love Bianca, I've not really been feeling her with Pit Stop. I didn't like her first season when she did it a couple of seasons ago, and I ain't like this recent one. So I just kind of bounce in and out depending on who it is. But since I like them both, and I love Jujubee especially, and yeah, I like Bianca. But I might watch that one on account of that. Hopefully, I'll be able to catch up on a lot of things this week. But if I'm gonna be so busy, I'm probably gonna be backed up with so many shows and things. But it is what it is. Anyway, all right, y'all. I gave you a 4-hour show, so let me get off. Love you all for watching. Unfortunately, like I said, I will not be on until probably at the end of the week because I'm gonna be busy the rest of this week. So yeah, hit that like button, smash that subscribe button, all the things. You can send super chats if you like. You can hype the channel if you want. All that good stuff. Definitely, I love this. To continue to support this crazy, messy show. Thank you for your continued support. See you in a couple of days. And until next time, ciao, darlings.